participants online, good morning. I'm CM Lee, your MC today. First of all, I'd like to welcome all of you to the 2025 Global Environmental Education Partnership Asia Pacific Regional Center International Workshop. Our theme for the following 2 days will be focusing on civic engagement towards sustainable development. The 2-day workshop will not be possible without the support from the organizer, the Ministry of Environment. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank the co-organizer, GEEP, APRC. They've put in so much effort in order to facilitate this workshop where we can learn from so many speakers from different countries. We're also very honored to have experts from Vietnam, the Philippines, South Korea, Malaysia, Bhutan, Thailand, Japan, and of course Taiwan. I believe we will have fruitful conversations throughout the 2 days. Let us begin the event today by introducing our very important people. First, I would like to introduce Minister Chi Ming Peng from Ministry of Environment. Deputy Minister Wen Zhenshi from Ministry of Environment. Chief Secretary Meng Yucai from Ministry of Environment. Director General Shu Zhixu from Ministry of Environment. We're also honored to welcome our esteemed advisors and professors. Professor Emeritus Zichao Zhang from National Taiwan Normal University. He's also the advisor to GEP APRC. Professor Ziyi Bai from National Taichung University of Education. He's also the advisor to GEP APRC. Professor Yafeng Wang from Department of Environmental Engineering at Zhongyuan Christian University. Chair Professor Tianjin Zhang, he's not here with us yet today. And Professor Shengjie You from Department of Environmental Engineering at Zhongyuan Christian University. We're also pleased to welcome the representatives from education community. Secretary General Shi Hongchen from Taiwan Environmental Education Association. And we're also honored to have distinguished representatives from the industry. Mr. Chang Yuchen from Guangtai. He's not yet here with us today. Deputy Manager Li Anye. He's also not here yet. Li Anye, welcome. She's from Sustainability Development Center at Han Star Display. Lastly, we're very happy that Tzu Chi Foundation volunteers are also part of us today. Welcome. Again, I would like to thank all of our guests for allocating your time to join this meaningful event. Thank you. Now, with much honor, I would like to invite Minister Chi Ming Peng from Ministry of Environment, Taiwan, to give us the opening remarks.
Dear Professor and all our team members from Ministry of Environment and all of the guests, including the Tzu Chi Foundation and all of the friends, good morning. I am an honor to be with you today on behalf of the Ministry of Environment and at this truly meaningful gathering to discuss environmental education. Frankly speaking, bringing together nearly 300 participants from 15 different countries and diverse backgrounds is not an easy task. And yet this is precisely what we need, because environmental challenges have never been issues that a single country or sector can solve alone. And these complex issues require collaborations across borders and disciplines and all of the country together. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the APRC advisor from various Asia Pacific countries whose support has made the workshop possible, and as well as the distinguished guests join us today. And this case include esteemed expert and scholar and representative from the Chinese Society of the Environmental Education and the Tzu Chi Foundation, and also the Chilean Cultural and Educational Foundation. And thank you all for your long-term dedications to the field of environmental protection, which has shown the seed of the hope for both Taiwan and the global communities. And look at the data, Taiwan has made remarkable progress in environmental education over the past decades. And since joining the global GEEP in year 2014, and established the GEEP, Asia Pacific Region Center in year 2019, we have launched diverse initiatives such as the National Environmental Education Award, certification of environmental education facilities, and the Environmental Youth Leader Program. Yet more importantly, we have not only built systems, but also developed a model of the public-private collaboration. This means a PPP, public-private partnership. For example, like me, I come from the private sector before. And last May, I joined the government, and it's also a kind of PPP. Yeah, change the philosophy of the government. That's my boss, my premier, my president want me to do. And the theme of today's workshop, civil engagement toward sustainable development, echoes our President Lai's National Project of Hope. And he had a very wonderful idea about Taiwan's future. And the project emphasized the green growth and the year 2050 net zero transition as one of the 5 strategy pillars. And I often say that we must not only protect the environment, but also find the momentum for growth within environmental protection itself. This is not a slogan, actually not a slogan, and it is a deep realization I have gained from over 20 years as an entrepreneur, and more recently through my experience serving in government. Today, the world faced the interwing challenge, such as climate change, and also the tariff is a huge challenge for both of us. The tariff and the climate change, which one is more important? I think everybody thinks the climate change, but we need the daily life. Yeah, you know, it's bargaining right now everywhere. And the transition of net zero, protecting the biodiversity and building a circular economy, because I have attended the 11 UN Climate Change Committee, the COP meeting for 11 times. It's a very wonderful experience. And, but to be honest, government action alone will never be enough. True transformation requires the participation of the whole societies. Here in Taiwan, and I see many inspiring action. For example, young people applying innovative ideas to solve the environmental problem, or business going beyond the regulatory compliance and integrating sustainability into their core strategies. And from leading the company, I like the TSMC and Delta Electronic, so many companies in Taiwan already to community-driven circular economy initiate, which we are witness is not a burden weighing people down, but opportunities open up. Before I was a minister, I established a Taiwan Climate Partnership. It's from the Asia A company in Taiwan. And we also gathering about 100 companies doing the same thing. And sometimes it's better than government, more innovative, no borderline, no disciplines compared to the government. And the precisely proven the power of value environmental education. Environmental education not only inspiring and touched our hearts, but also served as an engine-driven society transformation. We need more people to understand that protecting the environment is not merely a charitable, and it is about creating value, building competitiveness, and shaping a better future. My hope is that only these 2 days, our discussion will go beyond the exchange of ideas and lead the concrete action plans. Environmental education must not remain only at the level of ideas. We need action. We need practical plans that can be implemented and the tools that can measure our impact. Together, let us turn vision into practice and move forward toward a brighter, sustainable future. So later on, I will have a very wonderful talk later on because I prepared some material from recently what I did. For example, solar PV, the West solar PV. There were lots of issues recently. Everybody laughed at me, Minister Peng. It's not your job, but your Ministry of Environment did the job. And although we get lots of the argument about this one, but to be environmental protection issues, we need to do this. Finally, I wish this workshop great success, and I wish each of you health, safely, and a fruitful outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate Minister Peng for taking the time to share his insights with us. Thank you. Next, we would like to invite Professor Zichao Zhang from National Taiwan Normal University, the advisor to GEP APRC, to give us an overview and background of the workshop. The floor is yours.
Minister Peng, that was a very wonderful speech. I call it a speech because a lot of insights and a lot of content. I'm look forward to your keynote later, okay? 30 minutes. Okay, thank you very much, and good morning, all the participants here, and also our participants online. Thank you very much for joining this workshop. And it's good morning, Taiwan, and anyway, wish you well, best. Every time zone, okay? Okay, I will just kind of the opening introduction about the workshop. And the title for the workshop was, is Civic Engagement Towards Sustainable Development. And the civic engagement is a key point of the workshop. And toward sustainable development is our goal. I think it's also the goal for all over the world, for the global societies. And today we are so proud of having more than 300 participants from all over the world, 15 countries to join the workshop. Yeah, that's the welcome note. Thanks to all the distinguished experts, scholars, young friends, and long-standing partners in environmental education, okay? And yeah, it's me. My name is Zichao Zhang. My friends call me TC. I'm from the Taiwan Normal University. I got my PhD from USA, Cornell University, for a long time. And I came back to Taiwan and have got involved in environmental education for a long time. And for this period of time, I really enjoy and also learn a lot about environmental education. For instance, it really inspiring and yeah, pushed me to learn more and think about more. For instance, the DEI is now a very famous issue in the United States. I was trained in chemistry. I'm kind of technology people. But when I got into the field of environmental education, I have to understand what the social justice. So when we talk about diversity, that was, I think, 20 years ago, and become a very popular idea, diversity, all kinds of diversity. That means we have to respect to all different backgrounds of people, or even species, or even natural environment. Let's show our respect to diversity. That's a very important concept. I mean, before, I don't understand the diversity. I just only have all my image. Just I, me, okay, or we, people. Then equity. We respect the diversity, that we have to treat them equally, that's equity. Yeah, that's important. Not just respect their existence. We also have to pay our attention. We have to take care of them. Then we treat them equally. That's equity, okay? Then finally, the 5 years, I went to visit the international societies, important workshops. The inclusion has become a very important, most important concept. Why? Because we are not supposed just to respect, treat them well. We have to think about how to include everyone, how to become a one, that kind of inclusion. This is kind of development, but it's kind of a development of human wisdom. That's the field of environmental education. And I feel very honored to be a member of this society, and also very happy to get involved in the process of the environmental education for the past 20 to 30 years. Let's kind of introduce of myself, and also I think the idea just share with you. And yeah, I think you come here. We are in the same world. We are in the same idea, also share the common values. Okay, that's for this slide, I introduce myself, okay? And the GEEP APRC overview. APRC Asian Pacific Regional Center was established in the 2019, okay? And there was a GEEP, Global Environmental Education Partnership. It was created by the Minister, okay, it's, I forgot the name for the Ministry of Environment, MOE, right? And EPA, okay. okay. It was created by the EPA, Taiwan EPA in United States. And then just try to build up a platform and partnership for all over the world. And the APRC just to focus on the area, the region in Asia Pacific. So that 2019, just only 5 years ago, okay? And this in the Taichung University of Teaching, and it was built in the middle part of Taiwan. And 1 year later, the EPA in Taiwan, okay? Okay, that's the beginning of the APRC, okay? And the mission, of course, that is simple, just promote successful experience of environmental education in Asia Pacific region and achieve environmental sustainable development. And the region, it become a network, and also research, and also the service. And this is a mission also for the APRC. And very important element of the APRC is the advisor board. We have, it's a platform, it's a partnership. So we encourage you to have partnership from all the countries in the Asia Pacific areas. So we have the agenda from the Philippines. We have the Toki Izaki from Japan. We also have the Sang Kyung Lee, doctor from the South Korea. And we have Tiaga from Malaysia. And Mai from Vietnam, and also Fungaram Predilok from Thailand. We call him Xiao Feng, okay, because it's a very long name. And yeah, we call him Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, are you there? Okay, then Wen from the Bhutan. So we have 7 international advisors from this area, Asia Pacific area. Okay, we also have 5 advisors from in Taiwan. We have Shuang Qing from Taiwan. He's from Ministry of Education, MOE, Ministry of Education. Okay, we have Shi Chen. Shi Chen, she will be the first host, the moderator for the first session. And we have Ziyi, he's over there, right? And we have Xiao Wei, she's from Taiwan University. So we have 12 advisors. So I'm just one of the advisors. And they are very important because all the policy, how to implementation, have been decided by all the advisors. And for the workshop, most of the advisors attend the workshop and to take up different kind of responsibility, duties, and to implement the workshop and to make sure everything is fine and also can be more productive for the workshop. Okay. Okay. The workshop. The goals, and also we have 15 countries and more than 300 participants to attend workshop. And I just want to add, okay, engagement and also sustainable development are very 2 concepts. We discussed about the core concepts for the workshop during the advisory meeting. And finally, we picked up the concept in civil engagement. And also, we pick up the concept of sustainable development. And this one, just to emphasize, highlight the importance of engagement. This is a global competency. It has been inspiring me a lot. And what the global competency for currently all the students, all the education, have to emphasize the importance of a global competency because we are in a global society, okay? And there are 4 elements for the global competency. The first one, to examine the local, global, and intercultural issues. We must have that kind of ability to explore, to examine, okay? And the second one, very important, to understand, to appreciate the different perspectives from different background people. That's kind of a value system. That's kind of a shared values. Try to respect different kind of opinions and try to appreciate, okay? The second one. The third one, very important, to engage in an open, effective, with the people from the different cultures, okay? That's important, engage. We just learn, we know the knowledge, and that's it. But from here, you need to engage the people to become a group. And finally, very important, to take action. To take action for very important collective well-being and sustainable development. We are not working just for individual, for ourselves. We need to work for the collective well-being. That's the key point, that's the core for sustainable development goals. Otherwise, it's impossible to get to goal number 1, no poverty. We just work for ourselves. We try to be rich. We don't care about the poverty for others, right? So if we want to think about what kind of implemented SDGs, we need to think about. We are working for collective well-being. We have to be beyond the boundaries of countries. That's very important. So the fourth step, you have to take action to act for collective well-being and sustainable development, okay? That's quite important. It's kind of very inspiring to me, and yeah, especially for the education perspective. We need to start with the issue. Then we need to appreciate different kind of values. Then we have to engage all the different background people together and to act for collective well-being and sustainable development, okay? Yeah. And this is a very beautiful diagram, okay? And this is for 17 goals. And yep, the 17, oh, okay. The partnership, especially for our workshop, the partnerships are goal number 17, partnership for the goals, okay? And then for the 2 days workshop, and we have 4 sessions, important sessions. The first one, circular economy and recycling, and the second one, net zero and green life. And we have a special topic for the workshop, for the 2 days workshop. The first one is celebrating our achievement in EE initiatives. I think it's a very good presentation for all the participants, that you understand what we have done in Taiwan to achieve the net zero emission or sustainable development goals, okay? That's this afternoon. And for tomorrow, yeah, we have a climate action, and the fourth topic will be about biodiversity. And yeah, another bright point for the workshop, we are going to invite the 3 young youths and to share with their achievement in the environmental education. Okay, and this, the title for this session is Youth Engagement in Environmental Education. And finally, we have a closing after the session. Okay, so that's the 2 workshops, introduction about the 2 workshops. Okay, yeah, we have 2 minutes left. And again, thank you very much for attending the workshop, and hoping in the future you can attend or even just become a member or become advisors. If you are interested in, we strongly welcome everyone, okay? And okay, thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Zhang. Collective well-being is the key takeaway from your introduction, and also the reason why we want to work toward a greener world. Thank you. Next, it's time for our group photo. We kindly ask everyone to remain seated. Our photographer will take our photo for us. So please look here, and when I count to 3, say cheese. 1, 2, 3, cheese. One more, 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much. Okay, from here. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Before we start the workshop, we have a few announcements to make. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Today's workshop is being live streamed. We have both the original audio channel and Mandarin interpretation channel available. Second, you're always welcome to leave comments or questions on the live stream chat. The questions will be collected and passed on to our speakers. Lastly, due to copyright issues, restrictions, whether you're on site or online, please kindly not to take any video or audio recordings of this event. Thank you. Okay. Our next agenda is the very first keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, with the warmest applause, let's once again invite Minister Peng to the stage to deliver today's keynote speech on climate governance and green color.
Thank you. Good morning. It's my honor to give you a keynote about what we did recently about climate governance and green collar. I think it's a kind of green job. And tomorrow early morning, the Gordon, probably you will have the topic, more detail about this one. And I will make an introduction about me first, because I totally different as you met the minister before, because I come from the private sector. When I was young, and I'm a meteorologist, I studied the weather, air pollutions, and acid rain, some of the environmental protection issues. I don't know, because to be a government official is another way to go, because I did not choose the way. When I got my PhD in 30 years old, and I choose another way, I want to find a different. So I choose to be an entrepreneur. I set up a company in Taiwan, weather company. It's about 20 years, very successful. I got some money, and also our staff people. And it's very interesting. And I also, because I joined the Tzu Foundation, I'm volunteer of Tzu Foundation, I got an invitation by the master to be the weather anchor on TV. Because the master Zheng Yan told me, oh, to be a professor, you just teach some students. But to be a weather anchor on the TV, you can educate more people, lots of people can be your audience. Okay, that's meaningful, so I choose the job. And it's a part-time job, it's not full job. And however, when the master Zheng Yan, after 6 months, she told me, you should go to the street to meet lots of the environmental volunteer. So I remember that 2 years, I spent about 100 to 200 face-to-face to educate, to let the environmental protection volunteer, let them know the importance of the climate change. So that helped me a lot, because how to communicate the people, maybe not on the street, but almost on the street, especially they are elderlies, maybe 60, 70, or 80 years old. How to make them understand the climate change is not an easy job. So that helped me a lot, how to communicate to the public. And also I attend lots of the COP, 11 COP. It's also very interesting, because I was in a consultant of the Tzu Foundation, and later on I helped the enterprise in Taiwan to negotiate with something, not a government official. So that helped me something about how to do something different compared to the government official. So last years, and I got invitation from my premier and the president, and he want me to, because I have some idea, and okay, if you, Dr. Peng, if you want to save the earth, the Minister of Environment is a good job for you. Do you want to do this? So it's another turn for me, from academic and to entrepreneur and to government official. It's a very challenging job until now. And what I want to talk to you first, if you want to know the environmental education, knowledge is very important, knowledge. Knowledge, elementary school, high school, or college, we need the knowledge. The knowledge helps you to understand something, and you can have the consensus. If you have the consensus, you automatically have the action, right action about this one. But the most important is the action. So these three, from the knowledge, consensus, and to action, I will let you know some example case later on. Because, for example, I went to the flower market to educate the people on the street. It's very interesting. And also the heat island, and also the West solar PV. Okay, the first thing I want to let you know, before we talk about the knowledge, you know, this is the global risk report by the World Economic Forum. Every year they will have a report. The number one right now, before that, is climate action fail, the failure of climate action. But right now, what I think is because the carbon price is already down recently. So the climate governance going down. But the number one is the misinformation and the disinformation. That's very important. In Taiwan, every day we also meet the problem everywhere, because maybe sometimes the reporters will report the wrong information to the public. We need to fight back again. Every day is my job. And the second one is the extreme weather event. It's a short term, and for the long term, the number one is still the extreme weather event. And this is the risk what we meet every day. And another one is such as kind of concept in different states, also the same. For example, East Asia, the extreme weather event is still the number one. I think always the number one in the future because every year we will meet very sudden or unknown, never in your lifetime you never met before. Such is kind of extreme event. In other states also meet the same problem. And not number one, or it should be the number two. And for example, in Taiwan, last month, and we are totally very busy because we suffered the typhoon Danas. It's not so strong, but the first time go from the west, because some of typhoon from the east to west, but this is from the west to east. To hit the Chiayi south of Taiwan, such is kind of the press did not meet the typhoon eyes before. The typhoon eye hit the Budai, the very traditional fish village, very traditional. And they never meet the typhoon eye before. And but when we go there, and the elderly, about 80 years old, they can describe the typhoon eye. What's the typhoon eye? They can say something to me directly. It's never happened before. So lots of the roof of the house, very traditional, maybe 50 or 60 years old, gone. So right now, our team, our government spend up lots of the resources there to help them. And this is the typhoon because it's a huge damage to South Taiwan. And another is heavy rain. That month is very dramatically. The first time is when we know, okay, the typhoon hit, it's very severe and we should do something. But later on, heavy rain, every day is heavy rain. And finally, in the late of the June, July, the rain just another huge typhoon, Morak, almost the same precipitations in 1 week, 3,000 millimeters. So we never, 1 month we meet the extreme typhoon, the extreme wind, and also the extreme precipitation. 2 extreme meet in 1 month. That's why we meet right now. And if you want to know what's wrong, it should be from the global warming. So lots of the country want to do the net zero, going global net zero plan. So right now, most of the country know the issues, but US come back again. So such is kind of although the US is not a major role about the net zero, but most of the countries still think about it's very important. And in Taiwan, and you may be asked why you want to go to government, because my boss, okay, Minister Peng, I give you a chance. Remodel, reset the goal of the net zero. So from the previous president, our carbon reduction is from 2030 compared to year 2005. In the beginning, the President Ma, more than 10 years ago, is about 20%. Our previous president is 24 plus minus 1. Our new president, we launched this report in this January, is 28% plus minus 2. And we also extension the goal to year 2035. It's NDC 3.0 in the world. So we set up it to 38 plus minus 2. So it's our new goal until now. It's not easy job because every 4 years we have more 4% or more ambition about this one. And we also plus minus 1 because last year when we calculate the number from each ministries, we found the uncertainty should be the US. So we guess the President Trump will win. So we add 1% about this. Maybe I don't know right now that because of tariff, probably maybe we should be more in the future. We don't know, but we will remodel this number. And such is kind of ambition right now because it's a more recent ambition in Asia and also the other country. And in Asia, we are second to Japan. We will not be the pioneer, but we should be the second, because the second will, the risk will be less compared to the number 1. So we are second to Japan is our goal right now. And how to do this? Because the traditional way cannot reach the goal. So we set up lots of each ministry, they should do something different compared to the previous goal. So we have about 20 projects from this year to another 4 years, 4 to 5 years. So we have 20 flagship action plan about this. But right now, because the budget is a big problem until now, so probably in the next few months, we will remodel the number and the project. And how to do this? The carbon pricing is the most important. Because if we only say the net zero is very important, but you do not have the carbon price, it's just like a slogan. So the action is the carbon price system. So last years we spent about lots of time negotiate with the enterprise and the NGO and a lot of the audience to talk about the issue. It's not an easy job because lots of people do not like the price because it will you will reduce the revenue. Everybody worry about this one. Even such a kind of issue continue until now. So we want to do this, and later on we will have another system called ETS, because the carbon fee is just like a tax, and the tax is not welcome to most of the people. But the ETS, emission trading system, can help the enterprise grow up very quickly because the price will be from the market. And so it's more important in the future. So recently, we are starting the ETS recently. Probably next year, we will have a pilot ETS soon. So recently, we have about 252 enterprise. They will be charged the carbon fee. And the other company and the smaller company, they will report their carbon emission. But it's very easy from their electric bills and also the water consumption. It's very automatically to do this. And we also want to do some international reduction credit in the future. So that's why such a side of GEEP is very important. Because I think the traditional GEEP probably only talk about education. But such a kind of carbon issues will be very important because we need the people in Southeast Asia or every country, everywhere, such as kind of carbon things, it will be very important. And another thing is what we did right now is the carbon fee. We will have a pilot ETS. So year 2027, we promise we will have a cap and trade ETS emission trading system. So such a kind of system, just I know, Vietnam already launched this platform. But I think the number will be small. In Asia, Korea, and also South Korea, and also Singapore, they already had a system. My friend in Japan, they also want to do this. So I think such a kind of carbon pricing issue, for example, the tax, also the ETS, how to do this, we need more people understand about that in the future. So another thing is about green tech. And green tech, this report is what I got about 3 weeks ago. The Minister of the Environmental Protection from Germany, my friend, he sent the report to me directly. He said, because I talked to him about climate technology, but he said, okay, in Germany, right now we did is green technology. It's totally different, but something similar. And this report is very interesting because in Germany, right now, the green technology, the green job, how many people? 3.4 million. It's a huge number of the value. Compared to the car industry, BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen is about only 1 million people, 1 million people. So right now, the green technology, the people, is more than the traditional one. So that's what we want to do. About 9% of the German's economy. So that's why we want in Taiwan. So recently, our Ministry of Environment, and we want to do another, based on their methodology, we want to know what's the situation in Taiwan. And they have a 7 region about this one. For example, later on we will talk about this circular economy. Lots of people, 1.5 million people did the job, and the revenue is quite high. And so it's also the same in Taiwan. But recently, in Taiwan, we will have a circular economy law, action law or action plan in the future, in the several months later on. And also energy efficiency. Energy efficiency, just like ESCO, is also very important. And renewable energy. renewable energy. Germany is a pioneer country in the world about the renewable energy. And the mitigation and the protection, for example, something about adaptation, about the climate change, or any kind of the philosophy. For example, such as kind of the carbon reduction or carbon pricing is also this field. It's not, the people is small, but the potential is quite high. And this is the first four, and another is no action. Where? Okay. Oh. Okay. This is the forest agriculture. The number is not so huge, but still very important. Especially it's a 20.1 billion euro. And also the sustainable mobilities. This is EV. In Germany, the Mercedes EV and the Volkswagen EV, is a huge potential. In Taiwan, we do not have the industries, but lots of countries, they already have the industry about this. And also water management. The water is a huge issue in the future. So I think Germany already have the agenda. So such is kind of 7 sector right now we are trying, because most of the field belong to the Ministry of Environment. So we will make another report based on the methodology of the German. We hope we can get the Taiwan information soon. Another thing is, because we want to promote a circular economy. For example, recently, the metal recycling in Taiwan, and we want to have a green MIT brand in the future. So right now, we have some alliance. So I would like to thank you, Professor Wang, and she helped us a lot about this alliance. And because we still have lots of things to do. For example, this is very interesting, but we need a digital tracking, and also some upgrading, and also some branding system to help the industry grow. So it's not an easy job. We are trying to do this. And okay, another interesting thing is when we have the knowledge and the consensus, we need action. The actions need some support about this one. So from last year, I tried to negotiate with the other ministries. I got a funding, 10 billion Taiwanese dollars. We call it a Green Growth Funds. And so recently, we already work with about 12 venture capitals. So some young generation, if you want to have some kind of the money and want to do something in the future, the Ministry of Environment, we have the resources, we can support you about this. For example, this will couple with green transformation and also the others. So it's a huge challenge job for the Ministry of Environment, because we never did it before. But I think it's very helpful for the industry to do. And another thing is another report from the Green Quarter, the trend. I think the Gordon will talk tomorrow. I will not talk too much, but the trend is quite clear. The trend is quite clear. More than 8 years ago, only 1,000 companies hired the green people. But right now, it's more than 4,000. And the people from the 8 years ago is about only 5,000. But right now, it's 22,000 people right now. So I think the trend is quite clear. So right now, we work with lots of the, because we also have some information about which company, what kind of company they will hire the green talent people, and how they work. What about their salary? Their salary in average is higher than the other industries. And also the green and with AI is the people we want in the future. So it's very interesting things. So every 6 months, our Ministry of Environment will report all of the information to public, to the young generation to know. And so we also work with 32 universities about training. So I would like to thank you, lots of professors here. You help us a lot about this one, because based on our resources, only maybe 1,000 students is okay, but we want more and more. So work with the university is a very wonderful thinking philosophy until now. And we also have a youth in climate action. So later on you will have see, okay, lots of young generation there because they got our government project. They can go aboard. And huge money. This is a Taiwan Growth Pathfinders initiative. And this is young generation, And we help them to apply the funding. And we make a bridge to the other countries, and they can go there. And so maybe, but before their trip, the funding is from the government. And we apply, we make the bridge with the international societies. And however, before they go, they should work with the Ministry of Environment in advance, about 5 days. So after that, I give them the homework. You should report, if you are the Minister of Environment, what you want to do. And this is homework. When they come back, they should report 1 page to me. So it's a very interesting thing to do. And I hope they can give me some idea about this one. And recently, we also work with some high school teachers because recently, even our very high level, some policy meeting or conference by the Ministry of Environment, some high school students already want to join. And they have some thinking about that because the high school students, when year 2050, they are just 40 years old. So they want to know something about this. So that's why we want to do something for the high school student, a senior high school student, not traditional high school or elementary school. And okay, and this is another competition. We support the NTU about a net zero tech in the national contest. All thing is based on the net zero. It's very interesting because we sponsor not so much money, but the people, the young generation from the university, graduate or undergraduate, they have their product is totally wonderful enough. So we want to find some new young generation to help them something about that. And the last things I want to share with you is we know the knowledge, consensus, action. This is a real case. For example, this is the flower market in Taiwan. It's very huge. Every day is about 30,000 people. But what you see is everybody take the huge plastic bag. Plastic bag, huge. It's compared to the traditional, you go to the traditional market. The flower is huge. So they take a huge plastic bag. If you are in the Saturday or Sunday, you are that corner, you can see everybody take the huge plastic bag on the street. So what we talk about environmental protection, so the education, what's wrong about this one? So we want to stop this problem. So we try to work with the flower market and also the flower seller. Right now, about 60% of the seller already work with us. So recently, we have a space there to educate people. We make a new recycling plastic bag together to help them. You can switch this one. And it's not easy, but recently, last week, yesterday, I went there because lots of the people take their own, not use the plastic bag, share with the public. So right now it's full. It's full. We open a space for them. But right now, more and more people want to do that. It's not easy job because in the beginning, 1 month ago, what we think is only 1.5% of the people there go to buy the flower market. Only 1.5% take their bag by themselves. All people take the huge plastic bag provided by the flower seller. So it's a what's wrong about our environmental education? Nobody do this at all. So we want to change because what we think is if you like the flower, probably you are the people want to protect the earth. Yeah, that's what we want to do. And so this is from the knowledge, consensus to action. It's not easy. It takes time. We want to spend about 1 or 2 years to reach the goal. Another one is we have a heat island exhibition in North Taiwan, Central Taiwan, and South Taiwan. Yesterday, this is what you see is yesterday. This is all because nobody think we will reach about 6 degrees, about a global warming in year 2100. And however, it's wrong. It's old. About more than 10 years ago, we think about 6 degrees. And we provide a space. We work with lots of the enterprise. The enterprise is not traditional enterprise. We can say it's based on the heat, the hot weather. There was some kind of enterprise. They can do something different. So we work with them, and even in our Ministry of Environment, we work with lots of the government officials. We want to have a policy how to overcome the 40 degree high temperature in Taiwan. Because 35, 36, 37 is usual, but we want to reach the goal, 40 degrees. How can we do? So we work together, want to do this. So it's not easy job. Another thing is interesting is about solar PV, because you know that when the typhoon, you should change another one. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the solar PV because above the water. It's innovation. The water is no fish there. It's just a reservoir to protection the heavy rain, to reserve the water. And because the typhoon hit, so all of the solar panel damaged. So, but right now it's okay. But when they pick it from the ocean, no, from the lake, so just like this one. Okay, and this is another disinformation. And they think the bird, the drink, can you click this? You can see this. You can see this? Because the solar PV is very dangerous. It's true? No, it's a fake by the AI. The bird is not in Taiwan, it's in other countries. Actually, the color is totally different. It's a fake information. So we meet the misinformation or disinformation every day. So right now we want to do is we have some action, is that help the people understand we have some measurement there to protect the environment. And it's good? No, it's not good. Because some company, what they meet damage the solar PV, their project is not good enough. We should have another thinking about to review all of the process in the future. Okay, next slide. So our next slide, we want to show you, because recently we also have a work with presidential hackathon. We are responsible to manage all of this. So such is kind of the PPP can solve the problem together, unlocking the data value and align innovation with sustainability. That's what we want to do. And we still have some time, only 1 week. We encourage of the young generation, your people can join us because it's very interesting. And this year we also encourage something about the environmental protection issue happen in this hackathon. Okay, thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause again to Minister Peng. We sincerely thank Minister Peng for his brilliant keynote speech. He has set new net zero targets, and the targets are more ambitious than ever. Even with the limited budgets, he and the Ministry of Environment continue to adjust the plans to ensure that they will be achieved. Our carbon trading system is expected to launch in 2027, but the real carbon reduction requires the collaboration between the public and the private sectors. Together, we can move forward toward net zero and a greener future. Thank you, Minister Peng. We will now take a 10-minute break. And please feel free to get some water and stretch your legs. We will come back at 10:40 sharp. I'll see you later.
我听不到那边的声音哦，音乐断了，我听不到现场的声音。刚刚播放的音乐中断了，我听不到现场的声音。我看到好像乔蒙在讲话了。啊，听到声音了。
好，谢谢。We will now begin our very first session, Circular Economy and Recycling. Just a very quick reminder for all of our online and on-site speakers, because we have interpreters for Chinese English and Chinese Japanese here with us. And there might also be slight delay with the online transmission. So all of us speakers, please take your time and speak at a normal speed. No need to rush. Thank you. It's our great honor to invite our moderator, Associate Professor Si-Chen Liu from the University of Taipei to lead the session. Welcome, Professor Liu.
Thank you, Qiao Meng. And good morning to all of you. I don't know if you can hear me well, but anyway, if you see me kind of late, just please let me know through the message. And first, I want to say sorry that I cannot join you all in the MOE office today, because at first I thought I will be in other country. But then when I arrived back home early, then I don't have enough time to arrange where my children should be during the summer break. So I'm online here with you, and I'm happy to see all of you in the office and say hi to the other friends from all over the world. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this session, Circular Economy and Recycling. Over the past decades, the concept of circular economy has moved from theory into practice. Instead of traditional take, make, and dispose model, countries are increasingly embrace a system where resources are reused, recycled, and circulated back into production. So today we will take a closer look to the developments in Vietnam, Taiwan, and Japan. And with this respect in mind, we are fortunate to have with us 4 distinguished speakers who bring expertise and real-world experience from each of their countries. To begin, let me introduce our speakers from Vietnam. In Vietnam, the government has made strong commitments under its net zero strategy. Alongside climate policies, Vietnam has been advancing community-based recycling programs and educational campaigns to build public awareness of sustainable consumption. These efforts aim not only to reduce waste, but also to cultivate a culture of environmental responsibility across schools, industries, and local communities. So we are fortunate to have 2 experts from Vietnam to tell us more about those principles and activities. Let me first introduce Ms. May, who's head of international collaboration at the Center for Natural Resources and Environmental Communication, CNREC, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Vietnam. With over 15 years of experience in EE and communication, she has led numerous national initiatives, training programs, and projects promoting sustainable development across Vietnam. And our second speaker is Ms. Wen, an environmental education consultant and project coordinator at CNREC. She has worked extensively with youth, schools, and international organizations on projects ranging from biodiversity conservation to, to pollution control, and has coordinated major events such as the Global Youth Summit and the Global Leaders Summit. These two leaders are also the key contributors to the international internship program that I will introduce in our afternoon session. And now, although we cannot give them a round applause face to face, let us welcome our two friends from Vietnam with our warm smiles. Thank you. And May, it's your turn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Mai, and beside me is Ms. Nguyen from the Center of Natural Agriculture and Natural Resources and Environment Communication under the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment of Vietnam. And we are really pleased to be here and happy to share some information of Vietnam with you guys. Thank you. And may you present our presentation? And our presentation today is about Vietnam's Net Zero 2050 strategy and environmental education, and a really good example of our actions on environmental education with the theme of climate change. Next slide, please. And our content will include 5 contents. Impact of climate change on Vietnam, current status of GHG emissions, and our policy to achieve the net zero target, some suggestions for research orientation, and environmental education with the theme of climate change. Next slide, please. Regarding the climate change on Vietnam, it has a really huge impact on Vietnam. We are like the fifth or the sixth countries that have the most impact regarding the climate change. For example, we under the impact on the stronger storms, increased rainfall in most months of the year, increased risk of drought, desertification, salinity intrusion, flooding, forest fire, the risk of development and spread of forest pests, and in the decreases of the increases under the impact of temperature changes, affecting the output and value of forest products, and the level of biodiversity and species composition of ecosystem have a huge change, a huge decrease. And climate change changes the hydrological and oceanography regions, ocean waves and rising sea levels, which have significant impact on the reduction of the area of mangrove ecosystems. Socio-economic activities are also strongly affected. Rising temperatures cause a sharp increase of the needs for irrigation of crop, while increase the natural disasters and extreme weather events. Next slide, please. Regarding the international and domestic context, we are still under the consequences of the COVID pandemic. We all were, and the wars in Europe and the Middle East also affect energy supply, and economic development. Also, we under the effect of the three environmental crises: climate change, natural resources, and biodiversity continue to decline, and environmental production. And according to the reports of IPCC, the global GHG emissions continue to increase. The low carbon technology has been strongly developed. Countries also have paid attention and issued many policies to reduce GHG emissions, and also the increase of global GHG emission uh, will increase by 16 in 2030 compared to 2010, increasing by 2.7 OC in 2100. And Vietnam's GHG emissions account for 1.8% with 3.8 tons of CO2 per capita, ranking 21st among the largest emitters and having a rapidly increased GHG emissions level. Thank you. Next slide, please. And this is, sorry, can you hear me? Hello? Sorry for the disconnection. And this is an example, a figure for the GHG emission in Vietnam, according to an updated technical report on the National Strategy on Climate Change in Vietnam from 2010 to 2016. You can see the increase of the GHG emissions in Vietnam. Next slide, please. And this is the percent of major emission sector in Vietnam regarding the GHG emission. We have the major sectors including waste, agriculture and forest, industry and energy, which you can see the energy account for the most of GHG emissions. Next is the industry and agriculture. And next slide, please. And we also have a strong commitment at the COP26. We committed to achieve net zero emission by 2050, no new coal power project after 2030, and phase out coal power by 2040, and forestation by 2030, reduce methane emission by 30% by 2030 compared to 2020 levels. And we also established a national steering committee for the implementation of the COP26 agreement. Our national steering committee is chaired by the Prime Minister, and members are ministers and leaders of a number of ministries and sectors. And the function of the committee is directing the development and implementation of strategies, program and action plans and projects to implement Vietnam's commitment to COP26. The steering committee meetings have been held three times and issue important directives and direction to implement Vietnam's commitment. Next slide, please. And to achieve net zero emission by 2050, we also a have cross-cutting solutions, including improving policy and law, communication, developing human resources, developing science and technology, mobilizing financial resources, and promoting international cooperation regarding the different sectors, including the energy sector, agriculture, forestry and land use, waste and industrial processes that expected to achieve 13.8% GHG reduction compared to the BAO by 2030. That's our some solutions to achieve the net zero emission by 2050. Next slide, please. And regarding the natural resources environment sectors, we also have implemented some solution. For example, we develop and operate the carbon market, which is expected to establish and pilot in 2025 and expected to operate officially by 2028, and in which 2,000 enterprises are expected to assign to inventory and reduce GHGs. And we also did some report regarding to the inventory for some plants and some enterprises about the GHG inventory. Promote the other solution is promoting the circular economy and sustainable and low carbon waste management, which includes promoting recycling, reduced landfill, resource separation, volume-based fee, EPR, which is extended producer responsibility, and combined treatment and energy recovery. Next slide, please. The other solution, we have resource planning for GHG emission reduction and increase the carbon absorption capacity of natural resource, natural ecosystem. And also we have other support policies, for example, green classification and green procurement. Next slide, please. And this is an example, our really typical example for an event for the youth to understand more about the environmental and also have practical activities on climate change. Next slide, please. And this is our Global Youth Summit that we implemented in 2024 in Hòa Bình Province of Vietnam in July of 2024. Next slide, please. This is some images. We can see that we have the participants from other countries, for example, from England, from Poland, and also from Vietnam. Next slide, please. And this is our process of program implementation for our preparation and admission time include 3 months, and the program duration will last for 6 days and 5 nights. We have the activities, for example, admissions, consulting and grouping, and inside the event we have training and education activities. We have projects from the participants, which were divided into 2 rounds, preliminary round and final round, that at the end we found the winner groups. And our organizing committee included 5 staffs from CNREC and from other company that we collaborated, which we divided. The BTS company recruit Vietnamese students and other international students, and the CNREC in charge of overall management, logistic, and organization, and also we in charge of international recruitment. And next slide, please. And this is our some typical numbers. For example, we have over 30 30 hours of training and coaching with kids regarding the knowledge, experience, and useful tips. We have 18 project team reached the finals, and we have 77 participants from Vietnam, UK, and Poland. Now, we also have six awarded winning projects through evaluation by professional jury, and we invited six experts from different fields that contribute ideas to project and also to coach the participants, and therefore we demonstrated uh, 13 SDG through the projects. Next slide, please. And these are the speakers and the coaches that we invited for the summit. We have experts from the UNDP, experts from School Lab, from Climate Fresh, from K Danak, and from Keep Vietnam Clean. Next slide, please. And this is a, the result of our STEM activity. We call it the STEM Recycling Festival. As you can see on the slide. Next slide, please. And this is some our result. We have the junior groups with the projects that were in the final round. For example, we have smart charge sorting system. We have game up educated people about harmful effect of waste, recycling station for gifts, tourist attractors, recycling construction, organic fertilizer, recycling construction and green tours, and converting buses to electric buses for school in Hanoi, and production of fabric toys for pineapple fiber. Next slide, please. Also, we divided the senior group, and therefore we have some results. For example, we have up for track users carbon footprint regulation on single-use plastic for stores, use battery collection and recycling model, fundraising website for water protection program, phone case made from rice crusts, and others. Next slide, please. And this our the six winners group. We have the first prize in Khải Hoàn Nam Sài Gòn School, the second prize for the Ngôn Gia Hoàng Mai Hà Nội School, and the third prize for Viên School Harmony, and the first prize for Joint Summit, and the second also, and another third prize for the Hill University and Liverpool John Room University. Next slide, please. And we also have some external support. For example, we have the Eco School Bus and Carbon Track project. Next slide, please. And this is some of the images and review about the program. Next slide, please. And this is some words from the participants and also from their parents. You can see the parents is a really big they really have big impacts on our participant and also therefore in our events. And next slide, please. And this is our some of our idea for the next event that we will some factors that we think are the most important including the innovation and youth participant. They are the key for continuous and long-term sustainable development, and also the collaboration is the key to every program, and innovation is a continuous and long-term process. Next slide, please. And next step, we expected to organize the events annually. We organized this event in the past in 2023, and the in the and last year, and we expected to build it next year or the year after. And we also think the call for partner to join is very important, and also the extracurricular activities are really important to keep our participants to feel participate, to feel they are enjoy our event. And this is at the end we would like to introduce a video of the event for you to enjoy. Thank you. Could you please show the video?
Và chủ đề của hội nghị năm nay, hành động xanh, giảm nhanh carbon, rất phù hợp với những gì chúng ta đang quan tâm.
Explain how this project would combat carbon emissions. Combat.
About our idea of a solution for the trash problems we have today. These are the contents I'm about.
At first, 72% of plastic waste ends up in dumpsters or accumulates in the environment. Not yet.
2024. My name is Nathan. You could also call me Leonard, and I'm the leader of Team Leader Logic, and I'm going to be delivering it.
So I have one question for you. Do you know how much waste you use every day? So as you can see,
Up to 1,000 years for the trash to decompose. Large piles of trash or landfills can contaminate the soil.
Con thấy là chương trình này thật sự là một chương trình mà đã thay đổi cách nhìn của con với cách thải CO2 ạ. Con sẽ bảo với các bạn rằng là hãy bảo vệ môi trường, hãy phân loại rác và sử dụng những đồ eco để mà giúp môi trường.
Con cảm thấy một cái chương trình giống như Global Youth năm nay là một trong những chương trình rất là cần thiết và phù hợp để dành cho các thế hệ Gen Z của bọn con, đặc biệt là tổ chức ở những đất nước như Việt Nam, những
And that was our recap on the event that we would like to introduce to you. And thank you for watching.
思成老师，我们现场听不到您与贵宾讨论的声音，要麻烦您稍等一下。
We have some technical difficulties.
那麻烦思成老师说几句话。
Can our moderator say something so that we see whether we can hear you? We can't hear you. We can't hear you now. We're encountering some technical difficulties.
请思成老师先邀请我们的下一位讲者先来做简报好吗？
Can we invite the next speaker to present first, please?
目前我们收不到线上的声音哦，那很抱歉，先稍微中断一下。
喂 ，Hello。
啊，有了，听到了。
Sorry。
好，没事。
Sorry. Oh, what I just said is it's hard for three of us because it's our first time, or at least my first time doing the live stream. So it's hard for us to talk in front of, you know, a lot of people, but we cannot see our audiences. But I want to thank May and Wen for your speech. It's very specific. We know the policy of Vietnam and also see those interesting activities, especially see the video of those youth. You know, you can see their faces are shining. And we also have the same difficulty in Taiwan. We also have the net zero policy due in 2050. And we even just had our national vote regarding do we need to reopen the nuclear power plant. So, well, anyway, I'm not an expert in the emission, but our next speaker, Dr. Liu Yikun, he is the expert he knows the situation in Taiwan. So I'm going to introduce him. He's the Chief Secretary of the Resource Circulation Administration at Taiwan's MOE, and Dr. Liu has deep expertise in resource circulation policy with a professional background that spans environmental management, chemicals administration, and evaluation techniques. He has played a key role in shaping Taiwan's national circular economy strategies. So next, let's also, if you are in the MOE office, you can give him a big applause, or if you are online, give him a big smile. And welcome, Dr. Liu.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I will thank you, our host, Dr. Liu. And we still have some problem and challenge in our future to circular economy. And first of all, I would like to say it. 2 years ago, Taiwan EPA, the former Taiwan EPA became Ministry of Environment, and the former Department of Waste Management became Resources Circulation Administration. So we are taking a bigger role in promoting circular economy. So I would like to introduce the current status and future development of resources circulation and the circular economy. So this is our line, and next, please. And okay. According to the United Nations report, resource extraction in 2060 will increase to 1.6 times of 2020. If we take no action, just like the purple line. And if we do something, for example, improving resource efficiency or sustainable transition, they will help for our environment. So sustainable transition can reduce 30% of resource extraction, just like a green line. Okay, so how can we do that?
to achieve the goal. And we need to achieve a circular society. So in response to sustainable transition, climate change, and global trends, Taiwan is shifting our mindset. So we are rethinking right now about the concept of resources circulation. It's a different traditional way. The traditional way is waste management. We call the cradle to grave. Right now, it's circular model. We call the cradle to cradle model. So there are some major important things we need to do to amend it to major circular economy law, just like Waste Disposal Act. We enhanced our penalty for illegal activities, something like that. And we draft a new Resources Circulation Promotion Act. So we need to encourage industrial to do more circular way, just like green design, or reduce at source. Okay, so right now, global is from a linear economic to circular economic. But Taiwan is in the transition period. We are here. But we need to make more systematic plan to accelerate the achievement of circular economy. So we are doing a lot of things, and we set up a lot of strategies or policies, and I will introduce. So we are looking at the material usage in Taiwan. There are almost 300 million metric tons of material was used in Taiwan. But there are about 75% being imported. So we need to enhance our resilience of natural resources. So, okay, this is our waste production. This is in 2023. And okay, we can look at Taiwan generated 31 million tons waste, including municipal waste, 36%, and the non-municipal waste, 64%, including industrial waste and construction waste and so on. So the recycle rate of municipal waste reached 58.7%. And the reuse rate of non-municipal waste reached 85%. So on the foundations, we continue to do a lot of things to promote and achieve our goal of circular economy. Okay, to achieve the net zero goal, our government identified 12 key strategies, including resources, recycling, and zero waste. Okay, this is our, I talk about we still have some problem and the challenge to face. So first one is we need to rethink about the things, and we need to maximize the resources circulation and minimize waste treatment. Okay, so and the resources circulation is helpful for our carbon reductions according to the report. So it's a very important thing. And the third one is we need to enhance our resilience because 75% material was imported from foreign countries. And the next one is we still need to establish sufficient treatment capacity. Okay. So I just mentioned right now our department is record resources circulation of administration. So we established 3 major strategies, including green design for waste reduction at the source, and the resource recycling and the reuse. So we need to enhance the percentage of recycling, and to balance and management treatment capacity, just I mentioned. And 2 key facility pillars. First one is our connection circular network. So we had established a 4-in-1 recycling system since 1997. Okay, and another one is our applying for a budget to establish a circular industrial park. And we need to innovative technology to help us to enhance our efficiency of treatment. Okay. Okay. It is very important to set a goal and all the indicators. So this is psychological user rate. So the indicator is 77.4% in 2025. And we set our goal is 81.8% of 2030. So we need to promote the material separation or recycling, enhance the recycling technologies to increase the ratio of waste. Okay, I will talk about how to do for the products. So there are 5 practices for sustainable products. First one is green design. So we encourage producer or industrial to use green design. So it is helpful for the end of recycling. Okay, and the second one is waste reduction at the source. So we prohibit or limit the use of the toxic material by regulation. And we also develop alternative material and minimize manufacture and use of single-use products. The single use is not good for our health, and it is too. Okay, and the third one is we need to extend our production lifetime. So you can extend the use of the products by faxing. Okay, and okay, and we right now we established a recycling system, especially is the recycling the secondary material is very important, and we encourage the industrial to add into the process of manufacturing. Okay, so we need to disclose the information, include the content, the ratio of recycled plastic material, and recycling method and carbon emission. So we are going to do that. And the last one is circular procurement. Okay. Okay, this is 4-in-1 recycling. Yeah, and right now we announced almost 38 items to be enforced recycled, and so they are 4 parts of the recycling system. First one is community residents. So we collect the recycled items from our residents and to promote the separate the waste and the recyclable items. And municipal collection system and our local government to collect the waste and the recyclable items separately and from our residents. And the recyclable items to deliver to the private recycling systems. And we still set up the funding, and the funding is collect the feed from responsible enterprises, just like a specific producer or importer, and so on. Okay, this is material. Okay, we identified organic chemical resources in organic resources, just like a steak, sludge, coal ash, and biomass like fertilizer and metal, e-waste, and so on. We need to establish baseline data. So we collect the information and establish a database. And we also set up the standard guidelines and to establish a tracking system and inspecting system. And we also to analyze the data and to give us more information, even give more the policy support suggestion and so on. Okay, this is for example, biomass resources production and utilizations. So this is our source from of waste from agriculture and the manufacturers also by domestic waste. And this is the utilizations. So we collect the information and to make the material flow. Okay. Okay, this is our case and how to promote the plastic circulations. First one, I just mentioned we prohibit or limit the use of environmental harmful substances. So we need to encourage the industry to use the material which is a single. material. It's helpful for our recycling. And the simple color and simple label. Okay, and the single-use products, yeah, is our process is to change the consumer behavior and reduce demand by regulation. So, like plastic bag, straw disposal, tableware, or hotel amenities. Okay, and even we have a policy to more to encourage people to bring their own bottle or container to purchase the beverage. There are $5 discounts. Okay. Okay. I just mentioned we very care about and notice the secondary material recycling. And we would like to establish a system of products use the secondary material and to discard the information and we also have provide incentives to specify items that aid in certain ratio of recyclable plastic and provide green rate discounts. Okay, this is we call the circulation cloud. So we integrate full life cycle material information to establish the material flow database. And we also to analyze the data to give us some decision support or the policy decisions. Okay. And I think that we think that our stakeholder is also very important to connect with them. So we, to strengthen resource circulation industrial connections, so we established alliance, circulation alliance, right, is 10, okay, just like plastic alliance or chemical alliance and so on. So we cooperate between the industrial, government, and academia, and research, and other stakeholders. Okay, this is our goal we would like to achieve the goal. We expect to generate 370 billion NT dollars in 2030, and the recycling rate of 81.8%. So there are a lot of things that we need to do. So we need to work together. Yeah, okay. Okay, this is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chef Secretary Dr. Liu. I mentioned earlier that I was planning to stay abroad these days, but actually I was in Singapore. And as you all know, that Singapore is quite modernized. All the development is quite advanced. However, we went to their incineration plants and also their recycling centers. I noticed that we really did a great job in Taiwan. We did a great job. It's not just our hope. And from Dr. Liu's presentation, we know that we achieve lots of things. But anyway, I know that all of you must have lots of questions, but due to the time, it's my pleasure to introduce our last speaker. He's also my long-term friend, Dr. Go from Japan. But I was told that Dr. Go is not in good health recently. So, I will let him to decide how long he wants to go on. But before we invite him, let me shortly introduce him. Dr. Go is the associate professor at the Takasaki University of Commerce in Japan. And he also has been actively involved in environmental and energy education, both in Japan and internationally. His research and advisory work has focused on balancing environmental protection with local economic development, especially in island and regional contexts. And we can tell from the cover page of this presentation is quite interesting. So let's give Dr. Go a big applause and a big smile online. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you, our chairperson, Liu Laoshi, and the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Actually, my health is not good, but also I'm very nervous today. Unfortunately, I couldn't manage to set up a virtual background, so you can see my rather messy room behind me. Please forgive me about that. And I must apologize for making many excuses. I haven't used English for a long time, so my grammar and the pronunciation may not always be clear. My name is Go Hagiwara from Takasaki University of Commerce, Japan. Today, I will share Japan's experience in circular economy and environmental education. Next, please. Global context, I can, because of due to time constraint, I will proceed in an abbreviated manner. So global context is like this. Next, please. Our Japanese national policy framework, I can show you these policies. For example, the fifth fundamental plan for sound material cycle society set 2030 targets, higher resources productivity, higher recycling rates, and less landfill waste. The Circular Economy Vision 2020 highlights the role of industries and the supply chains. The Plastic Resources Circulating Act promotes free and renewable, from product design to consumer awareness. The Basic Act on Environmental Education provides a legal base for ESD in school and communities. And the Japanese unique concept, the regional circular and ecological sphere, links local self-reliance with the inter-regional cooperation. Next, please. This is our education for circular economy in Japan. Next, ESD guidelines and the MOE's plastic smart teaching materials, so on and so on. And next, please. I'd like to share you about the concept of the regional circular and ecological sphere. And the concept is just not academic. The Ministry of Environment of Japan officially promotes the regional this LCES, and it has its own dedicated website. The idea is that each region should make the best use of its local resources, nature, energy, food, culture, while cooperating and com complementing other regions. Next, please. This is the idea of RCES. First, resources should circulate within each small community as much as possible. If that is not sufficient, the community should cooperate with neighborhoods area to achieve circulation. Step by step, these circles expand from village or municipal level to the prefectural level, and finally to the national or even the regional block level. And next please. Next one. I'd like to show you 4 examples, but because of the times so limited, so I would like to share you that the two examples. One is kamikatsu. Please move to kamikatsu, the case study 2. Next. Next one. Next. Yes. This is a famous place of the circular economy in Japan. The Kamikatsu is a small rural town in Tokushima Prefecture, known as its pioneering zero waste declaration in 2303. It became the first municipality in Japan to officially aim for a society without waste. Residents are required to separate garbage into 45 categories, which encourages strong community participation. The town also established the Zero Waste Academy, which provides training, education, and international outreach. Next, please. One reason for success is precisely its small size. The town does not collect household waste in the usual way. Instead, the residents bring their waste to the Zero Waste Center. This picture is the Zero Waste Center themselves, and sort it according to the detailed separation rules. This hands-on process makes residents highly conscious of their own waste. Kamikatsu shows how a small community, by involving citizens directly, can become a global model of circular economy education. And next, please move to case study 4. Next. Yes. The case in Takasaki City, Gunma Prefecture, is a kind of a RCES and with Education for Sustainable Development, which I'm doing with my students. It includes the mulberry tea project as well as an effort to develop a new local specialty product from crops cultivated on abandoned farmland. Next, please. Gunma Prefecture has a long history of sericulture, and also we have Tomioka Silk Mill is now recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. However, in recent decades, sericulture has sharply declined. As a result, many of mulberry trees, which were once cultivated as feed for silkworms, are now left abandoned and unused. And next, please. And I took my student to go to the abandoned mulberry trees. And next, please. Next. And harvesting mulberry leaves, processing them into tea, and selling the product as a local market at the event. And because of times is up, so please move to the last one. No, next. Next. Yes. From these cases, comparisons, I would like to highlight 5 key messages. Please read it. And next, please. Japanese experience shows us that circular economy is not only about recycling or technology. It's about education, culture, and community empowerment. Though the concept of the RCES, we see that circularity must be rooted in the local community ecosystem and cultural identity. And the education is the bridge that makes this possible. So I would like to end with a question for all of us here. How can we connect our regional education practices and build a global learning network for circular economy and ESD? Let us continue to share questions and learn together so that our regional practice can become part of the global network for sustainability. Thank you very much. Cannot hear you.
思岑老师，我们这边听不到您的声音，可以请您稍等一下吗？请您再讲几句话。没有，目前听不到。
We are unable to hear from the moderator, so can moderator please say something?
Hello? Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you, Dr. Go, and hope you get well soon. And hopefully that we can see you again in October in the conference of environmental education. And since we still have 5 minutes left for the Q&A, so I want to open for questions. And I cannot see the situation in the office, so okay. So I assume that I have the moderator, Qiao Meng, will let me know if there anyone raise their hands, or maybe if you are online, you can type your question in the message.
Okay, please give us a moment. We will show you the questions that we have collected from or online participants. Thank you.
While they are preparing the question, I just want to say hi to Go. Your English is still very good, and you are not nervous at all. I even forgot to turn on my camera while introducing you, so I'm the one who's nervous.
Okay. Professor Liu, can you see the question on the screen?
No. Oh, okay. Okay.
It's
Should I read the question first?
Yes, please.
So I'll just read the English part.
Yes, please.
I believe it's question for May and Wen. The question disappeared.
Yeah, I saw the question.
Oh, okay.
And thank you remembering us. Regarding the question, I think we have really strong policies. And for example, the last month, our Prime Minister just issued a policy that in 2030, we will change all of our transportation to electrical transportation, which will eliminate the gasoline transportation. I don't know, that policy would be uh, uh, it would be implemented because it's still in the future 2030. However, it can see from that we can see that the government had a really strong commitment and had done a lot of actions regarding the net zero. Uh, but I think the most challenge of Vietnam currently we are facing is the awareness of the people. I think it's not at the same level compared to the developed countries, and also our economy also is a barrier. We're still really not that developed that allow the people can pursue on the solutions. And beside the awareness of people with we have a lot of people are the farmers who have really challenge in connecting to the information. That's why we established a center for communication regarding environment, and we really hope that in the future we will implement a lot of practical events and classes for on the level of the society that will increase the awareness of the people mostly regarding the net zero and GHG emission. Thank you.
You may. And since we can maybe last for like 4 or 5 minutes, so I heard that there are more questions. Actually, we have one questions for each presenter, but I don't know, can any one of you see the rest of the question? I believe that they are questions for our chef secretary, Dr. Liu. Or can Qiaomong maybe read the question so that we can all hear the question? Thank you.
So here's the second question. Currently, some plastic recycling companies, such as flat sheet recycling manufacturers, are making great efforts to produce recycled and renewable plastics, but there's not enough marketing demand. Why doesn't the government directly regulate through legislation that the manufacturers must use a certain percentage of recycled plastic in their products? This would greatly prevent specialized plastic recycling and regeneration companies from going bankrupt due to long-term losses. The question is for Dr. Liu.
Okay, thank you. I think that I would like to answer the question with my mother language, and I will express more detail. OK， 确实，我们在回收过程里面，最后的产品的去化是很重要的。那题目好，那产品去化如果出问题的话，那可能在整个产品的过程里面就会造成一些困扰。所以在台湾有很多面临这个就是去化有问题，但是造成了厂商不断的在收这些废料做成产品，产品出不去。那产品出不去就会造成有可能就会造成非法弃置的问题。那所以说，我们目前是从源头法制面，那希望厂商在制造这些过程里面，它的去化，我们后端会有一些补贴的机制，或是鼓励的机制。那另外就是说，我们在法规上也会做一些要求跟限制，比如说我们未来可能会在这个产品里面去要求它会有添加多少的回收的产品。那这个的话就可以造成它的一些去化的这个提升。
And we can
就是说我们有
make sure that we can use the regulations and the incentives to encourage the last step can be done in a better way. And we also have green procurement because for circular procurement, we will have some plans based on the current regulations. So we also will ask the producers to reveal the information how much secondary or recycled products and resources are used, materials are used in their products. So we also can encourage the government departments to buy these products that are use the recycled materials. And we also have the green exchange rate. And then we ask the if those manufacturers, if they use the secondary resources and the product quality is good, then we provide a better exchange rate. And so to make sure that the products can be applied to wider purpose of use. So this is my initial answer.
Thank you, Dr. Liu. I know we already passed the time, but since it's a very special time, very treasure time to have all the speakers online, and I just asked Dr. Go privately if he's okay to answer the question, and he said yes. So let's save the last question for Dr. Go, okay? And I
Excuse me.
believe that, okay, yes.
Professor Liu, Because I
Yes.
need to summarize what Dr. Liu just said, can you give me just 1 minute and we'll continue the question back to Dr. Hagiwara? Is that okay?
But we all heard the translation online
In English?
already. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
so much. That's wonderful.
Do May and Wen hear the translation as well, like I did? Hello? Okay, anyway, I guess we can have Dr. Go to answer the last question because I did hear the translation in the middle of Dr. Liu's answer. So I believe that you show the question to Professor Go directly, right?
Last question regarding source reduction. Besides raising consumer awareness, are there any policies that require manufacturers to make product design changes or take related measures? And this question is for Dr. Hagiwara.
Didn't you give me the translation into Japanese at this time?
Do we have any equipment to translate the question into Japanese?
Yes, we have a
Dr. Go,
Japanese
okay.
interpreter on site, and I believe she's translating the question to Dr. Hagiwara.
質問についてですが、もしその、製品が製造されて、その製造、つまり最初のとこから原料のとこから、そのリサイクルのものを減らすため、利用させるためには、そのもちろん消費者の意識が とても重要なんですけれども、例えば企業メーカーの方が製品設計とか製品の製造につ
Our
いて
Japanese interpreter is now interpreting for a
そ
speaker.
の製造性
続けてください。
手を入れることはできますか？
わかりました。省略したパワーポイントの中に、
在我省略的这个投影片里面，
So in the slides that I skipped,
有一家富士通的这个他们
so a company called Fujitsu. So I would like to refer you to the case study of Fujitsu.
富士通は、銀行とかの ATM を、修理したりするのを
Fujitsu is a company that manufactures ATM. It's an ATM producer. Fujitsu is an ATM producer.
それらをit's a little bit complicated, so I use English to answer. For example, Fujitsu operates an ATM part BU scheme when ATMs replaced or unusable parts of collected, refurbished, and reused in other machines. But Fujitsu, however, in June 2024, Fujitsu announced that it will withdraw from the ATM business by March 2028. due to the rapid rise of cashless payments and decline in ATM demand. So Fujitsu used to be, Fujitsu also share this practice with schools and universities as educational materials, showing students how industries can contribute circular economy. So yet ATMs are still necessary in many parts of the society. So personally, I hope to order companies will adapt a similar reuse scheme to keep this good example alive. This is for example. For rest of that, if you need to know, please let me know, and I will answer by individually. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Go. I guess we complete a impossible mission. We have the 3 translation occurred at the same time. But since it's already 12 minutes past noon, and so I guess we should end our session now. But I want to thank once again for our speakers from Vietnam and from Japan, and also from Taiwan. And thank you all, and have a good lunch. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
so
very
much. Let's give a round of applause to our moderator, Professor Liu, and all of our outstanding speakers. After almost 2 hours of learning, I'm sure everyone will need a little time to take it all in. Now it's time for lunch break. We will have a longer break, which is about 75 minutes. Room 404 next door is also open, available if you would like to have your lunch there. The afternoon session will start at 1:30, so please be back at 1:30. I'll see you then.
现在
老师已经连线了吗？
对我连线，那你可以从那个，对，就是我现在其实是连线，然后这个声音是
honored to have Professor Yafeng Wang to moderate the following session. She's from the Department of Environmental Engineering at Zhongyuan Christian University. She's also the former Deputy Minister of the Environmental Protection Administration. Let's welcome Professor Wang.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. And I think achieving net zero is not only the national goal, but also it's a shared responsibility that requires changes in how we live, how we work, and how we consume. So this afternoon, we have the 4 excellent speakers, so don't fall asleep. You will get valuable insights and information, okay? Okay, so the first speaker is Dr. Xiaofeng. Sorry, your name is difficult to pronounce. Okay, Xiaofeng is an associate professor and head of the Department of Education Policy, Management and Leadership at Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. And Dr. Xiaofeng has been a leading force in sustainable development education, training future teachers, and advancing research and shaping education policy. She brings extensive expertise on how education can shape the path to net zero and has shared her insights at numerous international conferences. So let's welcome Dr. Xiaofeng. Hello? Yes, thank you. It's your time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, who will help me to share my presentation? Okay, thank you. I'm not sure do we use the video or I can present by myself. Which one? Okay, good afternoon, distinguished participant and organizer. It's my honor to be here. And this afternoon, I would like to share with you the topic fostering green consumption through teacher education. Our focus is how education, particularly teacher education, can play a transformative role in shaping sustainable consumption behaviors. Next slide, please. Sorry, it's a wrong presentation. Would you please change the last version? Sorry.
可以麻烦，就是他说这份投影片不是他要报告的，可以换到他前一个版本的吗？
Wait a moment, please.
Okay, please give us a second.
Okay, during waiting for the presentation, today my presentation is divided into 2 main parts. First is fostering green consumption, and second is teacher education. And in the part of teacher education, I divide into 3 subtopics. First is teaching and learning, and second is I will show you the student works, and third is about the director and teacher training.
Dr.
Very good.
Xiaofeng, the PPT is on the way. Please wait a moment.
Thank you. Okay. So during waiting, I talk to you something, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Mostly I tell you is about my experience in teaching and learning of undergraduate student and graduate student. Most of them will a teacher in Thailand or across the country. Some are foreign country. Uh, and the last part of my presentation is about teacher training. So I think we have a problem about how people know about the SDG, because my presentation today is from my experience of teaching the course education for sustainable development, or ESD. ESD is in this subject conclude the SDG. Okay, thank you. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, next. Okay. To begin, I would like to speak through the learning objective. In my presentation, there are two learning objectives. First is environmental education, which aims to foster environmental citizenship, starting from from the people, from being uninterested and unaware to gain knowledge, developing skill and cultivating a positive attitude uh, toward the environment until finally be able to take action as an environmental citizen. Next slide, please. The next learning outcome is key competency for sustainability. When the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG, were established by UNESCO, uh, UNESCO introduced the key competency for sustainability, to is to guide entitled in the document named Education for Sustainable Development Goals Learning Objective. There are eight dimensions of the learning objective. First is system thinking. Second is anticipatory competency, normative competency, strategic competency, collaboration, critical thinking, self-awareness, and integrated problem solving. So it means that my students, when they graduate from university, they should have the key competency for sustainability, all of eight competency. Next slide, please. However, at the global level, there have been discussed on the importance of education in achieving sustainability, such as the proclamation of the Decade for Sustainable Development, as shown in the slide. There are four objectives. I will tell you only two. The first two is facilitate networking, linkages, exchange, and interaction among stakeholders in ASD. And second, foster and increase quality of teaching and learning in education for sustainable development. This for this decade is why my faculty have a core course that every student in the Faculty of Education have to study ESD course. Next slide, please. After the Education for Sustainable Development agenda was declared with the target 4.7 by 2030, ensure all learners acquire knowledge and skill needed to promote sustainable development, including amongst other through education for sustainable development and sustainable life. And all this must mainstream into the national education policy, curricula, teacher education, student assessment and monitoring. This should be mainstream into five key areas. For the third area is teacher education, based on the belief that teacher play a crucial role in equipping learner with the knowledge, skill, and attitude necessary to become sustainable citizens. This is the end of the part one. Next to the part two, please. Next slide. Now we move to the part two, which will be case study drawn from my own experiences as a lecturer at the Faculty of Education at Chulalongkorn University, highlighting what I have done in this area. This is only one example. As other lecturers also have a variety of different approaches. Next slide, please. So to begin part two, let me introduce about education for sustainable development. It not only expands the idea for sustainability beyond the environment to include social and economic aspect, you see, but also help us see how these three dimensions are interconnection and affect one another. These three parts of ESD integration elements, as shown in the slide. The first part is concept or principle of sustainable development, the balance of social, economic, and environment. And next is the content, curriculum, and method. In this area, you have to concern who is the target group that you have to teach them. Maybe the kindergarten or the primary or secondary or the graduate undergraduate student or even the community. The last part is context. You have to concern about the policy, international policy, national policy, also the maybe the community policy. And also the stakeholder is the community. You have to adjust the context that student or people can use it in their context. And also the institution is mean the collaboration among the institution that related to the ESD that you teach. Next slide, please. Okay, this is my target group. The target group for whom we decide teaching and learning are three groups. With me, I focus group 1 and group 2, pre-service and in-service. It means that undergraduate student and graduate student. Next slide, please. From this slide, you can see the Asia Pacific ESD Teacher Competency Framework, which is presented in interconnected circle. There are three domains. Next slide, please, because this picture is too small. The first domain is facilitate learning, which emphasizes the teacher role in guiding learners with suitable methods, adapting to learner diversity and making use of technology. And for the student work, you will see how to use technology in teaching and learning. Next slide, please. The second is continue to learn, which highlights the importance of teacher own lifelong learning, reflection. Even me, I have to a lifelong learner. Today, I think I will learn something new from this international workshop. And the second, also teacher have to have the ability to reflect, to creativity and professional growth. Next slide, please. The third is connect, collaborate, and engage, which focuses on building connection with the communities and other stakeholders, engaging in collaboration and contributing to a wider culture for sustainability. Okay, because of the time limitation, I cannot describe all the factor in the picture. Next slide, please. Okay, under part 2, I mentioned before the section on teacher education is divided into three subtopics. Next slide, please. Okay, I love this pyramid. When designing teaching and learning, in addition to considering the target group that I mentioned before, there are also several other important aspects. For today, I will highlight only two of them. One is the learning pyramid, and next is the learning style. For this learning pyramid show the difference between, I think everyone know, the passive learning and active learning. From the pyramid, we can see that certain approaches, such as lectures and reading, are more passive, while others, such as discussion, practice, teaching, other are active form of learning. I think for cultivating active citizen, effective teaching and learning should emphasize active learning. The more we increase the proportion of active learning, the greater the impact we can make. Ideally, our teaching should have as much active learning as possible. Next slide, please. In designing learning, it is important to understand the different learning style of students. Some learner Uh, some learners are more comfortable with visual learning, others through listening, and some through hand-on practice. Hand-on practice is a kinesthetic, and some prefer a combination of these. So teachers need to recognize these differences and be able to design diverse learning activity that respond to the variety of learners in the classroom. At the Faculty of Education, Chulalongkorn University, we train our student teacher to develop this variability. Next to the slide 18 to 27, you will see the example. Next slide, please. This slide shows various forms of learning activity, both passive and active. This includes lectures and watching video on the passive side, as well as using interactive program or game and brainstorming techniques on the active, active side. Next slide. Sometimes we also have international students joining our classes. For example, in this picture is the student from the Tohoku University, Japan. They participated in a problem tree activity in ESD course, focusing on environmental issues. In this activity, both Thai student and Japanese student analyzed the root cause of environmental problems, their impacts, and then presented possible solution. I think this class, the student enjoy this class very much. Next slide. Uh, in some class, I encourage students to use AI as part of their learning about the environment. For example, the student use AI to search the answer. Every student they bring a computer and a mobile phone in the classroom. Is I think it's give a chance for them to use the device that they have and or to help them create a drawing of their dream society with a healthy environment. Okay, next slide. Uh, in some in some classes, I also encourage students to use AI. I also invite keynote speakers to give talk to my students. The aim is to inspire them to let them see concrete action in addressing and protecting the environment. Next slide, please. This is a speaker from the Thai Greenhouse Gas Management Organization. They give a lecture about the net zero and carbon footprint. Next slide. The students also learned through a variety of activities such as workshop and next slide from the professor research. Next slide, please. Yes, from the professor research project. And next slide is they learn from the community leader. I think it's have to thank to the technology can also take place online. The community leader from the southern part of Thailand, they teach them about how to preserve the blue crab that I used to present in the GEEP before. These are only some examples, but the important point is that students themselves have a chance to decide what activity they would like to take part in. Okay, thank you. Next slide. Okay, this is all the field tip. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I would like to show you the student works. Next slide. No picture. I still have the presentation all the time. Huh? Okay, this still the student work. The idea for proposed by the student who suggests using toilet paper roll to make chair and spoon and fork instead of producing them from plastic. Next slide. This is they think about the using reusable bamboo coffee cup and unused fishing nets were upcycled into shoes. Next slide, please. This is a problem tree that students analyze the root cause of microplastic and garbage in the sea, is examine their impact, and then discuss possible solution and preventive measures. Next slide. And okay, this is some poster presentation of the student. Next slide, please. I have a little bit. Uh, this student also work us to present how they would live their daily life in a way that reflect green consumptions, and also to identify which SDG their practice align with. Next slide. Okay, I love this student work. This is an example from graduate level student teacher from last Saturday who designed a learning activity called Learn Literacy Big Future for primary school students at all levels. The project integrates several subjects such as Thai language, social study, art, and technology together in one city, in one activity. It mean that every level of primary student learn together how to preserve the environment and how to be like a green consumption citizen. Next slide. Okay, it's the final part. We also collaborate with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Interior working with school under their jurisdiction. We provide training of school leaders and teachers so they have the capacity to drive sustainable development in their school, in their community, and ultimately across the country. Okay, two more slide. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. This picture are example of works created by teachers who have participated in our training program. This is one of the activity we also encourage them to use the AI and to connect their teaching and theme of green consumption and environmental issue. So even the director of teacher, they are variety of age. So for the people who work in teaching for a long time, they have to like adjust themselves, improve themselves to use AI to teach the new generation. Okay, the last slide. Finally, I would like to leave this message for our world to thrive. and for us to have a healthy environment. Change must begin with each of us. I hope that the example I have shared today on green consumption and teacher education will be some of some benefit. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Xiaofeng. Okay, Xiaofeng emphasized the importance and the role of the teacher education and the importance of the ESD integration elements and the key competencies for sustainability. And she also provided us the useful tools for education, such as the interactive games, the field trip, and the workshop. And thank you very much. And she also shared with us the great achievement of the student works. Thank you, Xiaofeng. And the next presenter is the Mr. Qihua Li. He is the Senior Technical Specialist of the Department of Comprehensive Planning and Taiwan's Ministry of Environment. His team is responsible for shaping environmental policies, governance, planning, regulatory assessment, and international cooperation, while also advancing technological development and policy research. His leadership reflects a strong commitment to building a sustainable environment and guiding Taiwan toward a resilient, low-carbon future. So let's welcome Mr. Qihua Li.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen who are here today, and the friends in environmental education joining us online. Hello to you all. It's an honor to speak on behalf of Taiwan to share our policy on net zero green lifestyle. We have done a lot of work on teaching the public how to live green. Since our time today is limited, I will focus on our picture book promotion. First, I will give a short introduction on our green lifestyle policy. Next, I will explain how we produce the picture books and promote them. Finally, I will share with you our future outlook. Let me first talk about our net zero green lifestyle policy. In 2023, the Taiwan government announced 12 key strategies to reach net zero by 2050. Green lifestyle for net zero is the 10th strategy among them. Last year, our president announced 5 main strategies for 2050 net zero transition. This year, the government also introduced 20 action plans for stronger carbon reduction. The net zero green lifestyle is included in both of these efforts. This shows how much Taiwan values the promotion of a green lifestyle. The net zero green lifestyle policy has 5 main goals, covering everything in daily life, from food, clothing, housing to transportation. Among these goals, the one about nationwide dialogue and communication is closely related to today's topic. The idea is to share knowledge about living green and then combine it with other actions to encourage behavior change among our citizens as they put low carbon lifestyle into practice. There are many actions to promote net zero green lifestyle. It requires coordination among all central government agencies and the different departments in the Ministry of Environment. Here, I will give a few examples for our department. Promoting green living also need the support from related industries. We promote eco-friendly restaurants and the green travel tours. We hope that the hospitality and the travel industries can create green lifestyle spaces and provide relevant service to the public. We also encourage people to visit environmental education facilities. In addition, we promote a program involving eco-friendly reward points. People can join as members and earn green points by taking public transit or buying eco-friendly products. The points can be used to reduce the cost of green purchases. Through this point system, we encourage people to practice green lifestyle in their daily life. Now, let's focus on today's main topic, how we teach net zero green lifestyle to everyone. We use different methods for different age group. For preschool children and the students in lower grades, we use picture books. For elementary and the junior high schools, we have teaching materials and the lesson plans. For high school students, we have teaching materials that involve games. We also include green living in university course. For the general public, we use exhibitions and social media. We urge enterprise, government agencies, and organizations to practice green office. Through all of this action, we want everyone in the country to learn about and take part in net zero green lifestyle. To help people understand how to put green lifestyle into practice, we create a set of net zero green lifestyle guidelines. The guidelines is divided into 6 areas of daily life. It introduces practical ways to live green in Taiwan and provide relevant reference information. In line with the principle of the net zero transition, no one will be left behind. We pay special attention to people who are intellectual challenged. They have everyday living skills, but may have difficulty with reading. Therefore, we invite a professional team to design an easy-to-read version of the Net Zero Green Lifestyle Guidelines. This version will be complete in this year, and in the future, we will provide it to welfare institutions to help promote green lifestyle. Now, I will move on to the Net Zero Green Lifestyle picture books. The picture books are mainly for children aged 3 to 8. They are based on the 6 areas of daily life from the Net Zero Green Lifestyle Guidelines. We designed 6 story books and divided them by age group. For preschool children and for elementary students in lower grades. For preschool children, daily life at home is the main focus. It mostly involves eating, dressing, and other aspects of home life. Therefore, we design storybooks for preschool children, focusing on food, clothing, and housing. These books can help children understand a green lifestyle, and we also develop complementary teaching materials and support their learning. The stories in the picture books introduce ideas for living green. For example, they teach children not to waste food and how to take care of their clothes and so on. Elementary students in lower grades can already go out on their own. Their daily life involves transportation, travel, and shopping. So we design store books for them that focus on transportation and entertainment and the shopping. The stories include more diverse character dialogues to help children think about the meaning behind their action. We also develop complementary teaching materials to support their learning of green living. The stories in this picture books introduce green living ideas, such as riding a bicycle, practicing green travel, and green consumption. If anyone is interested in the Net Zero Green Living picture books, we also have English versions available. You can download them from our website. Here is the link. So our foreign friends can take a look. Next, I will explain how we use the picture books and promote them. The 6 Net Zero Green Living picture books were completed last year. We then saw about how to use and promote them. Over the past 2 years, we gradually developed multiple ways to use the popular books. We can explain this in 4 parts. Multilingual e-books, storytelling videos, static videos, and skit performance. First, let's talk about the multilingual e-books. Besides the Chinese and the English version, Taiwan has 2 major local dialects, Taiwanese and Hakka. Every elementary school also has a course for these local dialects. So we invited professional language teachers to translate the 6 picture books into Taiwanese and Hakka. Schools can use these versions in language lessons, so children can learn green knowledge, attitudes, and practical actions while learning a language. The second application is storytelling videos. We asked professionals to present the 6 Chinese picture books in a storytelling format and recorded them as video. This helped draw children's attention. Nowadays, children may be better than use a tablet than me. When I was a kid, there were no mobile phone, no computers, and no internet. Books were the main way for kids to learn. Now, children often get information through videos. So turning the picture books into videos also more children to be reached. And they can get green ideas and action this way. The third application is static videos. This video direct show the picture books content with small animations and the voice narrations. Narration is added to tell the story like this. 帮我播一下。这个，按一下那个动画。对 ，OK， like this. This another way to present the picture booth. And the goal is also to draw children's attention and interest. As mentioned earlier, the 6 picture booths each has 4 language versions. So we are making 24 static videos in total. They also can be used to support language learning. The next application is turning the picture booth into skit performance. We work with professional theater groups to turn the picture booth stories into live performance. This combines parent-child education with live interaction through lively and engaging performance. Ideas and actions for living green can be shared face-to-face in the theater. This way, the message can reach the whole family. Starting from the picture booth, we have developed many different ways to use them. These include teaching materials and the lesson plans. We also want to promote them through various channels. For example, we hold workshops for educational use and promotion, inviting environmental educators to participate. We work with environmental education teams from different counties in Taiwan to help promote the books and the teaching materials. We also showcase them a large domestic education events, storytelling performance, and the theater groups go to school, or outdoor parent-child activities to perform. The work is still ongoing. You can refer to this result. In addition, we comprise all kinds of net zero green lifestyle teaching resources, including picture books, teaching materials, and the presentation slides into one teaching manual. This manual is for teachers of young child and elementary and junior high students. For the manual, teachers can systematically understand the key points and the way to use this resource. We also hope this will encourage teachers to use this resource in their classroom. Finally, I will share our future outlook. Recently, we connected with an NGO that promote reading culture. They set up libraries at different locations. People can donate picture books to the library. Each bus contains 30 books. School teacher can borrow a whole bus and use the books for shared reading activities in their class. The buses are also regularly rotated to different library locations. This is a very good model for reading education. We will work with this organization so that the net zero green lifestyle picture books can be borrowed and used more widely. In addition, in the future, we plan to talk with school principals who care about environmental issues. The goal is to include net zero green living in the school curriculum and make full use of all kinds of teaching resources so that the net zero green living can become part of school education. Finally, let's return to the vision of the whole net zero green lifestyle policy. We hope people will transform their daily lives. First, we need to raise awareness about green living. This includes nationwide dialogue and communication and education about green living. We also need to build a green living environment covering food, clothing, housing, and transportation with both the right infrastructure and supportive measures. Only then can people participate and develop habits for living green. This concludes my presentation today. I sincerely welcome your feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. When I was a kid, also no computer, no cell phone, yeah. So the presentation highlights Taiwan's effort to promote the net zero green lifestyle. So the picture book, I think it's attractive and an interesting tool to promote the environmental education because we put a seed in children's heart and they will affect their parents and their friends. So even a small step, you can contribute to the net zero. Okay, so thank you very much to Mr. Lee. So next presenter is Professor. 所以我们先 Okay. Professor Lee, her connection has some problems, so let's move to the other speaker is Ms. Wang. Okay, she is the Chief Executive Officer of Alam Malaysia. She's also an adjunct professor at the UNITA International University and brings over 3 decades of leadership experience across multinational cooperation, government-linked companies, and private enterprises. Since becoming the founding CEO of Alam in 2021, she has been at the forefront of advancing sustainability and environmental stewardship in Malaysia. So she's also a certified practicing accountant. So Ms. Wang is also a passionate environmental advocate. It's okay? Thank you. And active volunteering in reforestation, awareness campaign, and community support. So let's welcome Ms. Wang. Time is yours.
I think I'm in, yeah. So,
Professor Lee. Sorry.
Okay.
So, Professor Lee.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Thank you, because they told me your connection has some problems. Sorry. So
okay.
Let me introduce, okay, Professor Lee. Yeah, Professor Lee she is a professor in the Department of Science and Education at Jeonju National University of Education, South Korea. Professor Lee is a distinguished scholar in environmental education and education for sustainable development. Since contributing to Korea national strategy for the UN Decade of ESD in 2005, she has been a driving force in advancing sustainability education both nationally and internationally. Professor Lee has also served as president of the Korea Society for Environmental Education and as chairman of the Sustainable Development Education Committee of the Korea National Commission for UNESCO. So let's welcome Professor Lee. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think there was some problem with technical issues. And good morning, colleagues. Thank you for giving me a chance to give a presentation in this important workshop to share experiences and cases from Asia Pacific countries regarding civic engagement for sustainable development. My name is Sun Kyung Lee, and I'm working at Cheongju National University of Education in South Korea. And my presentation is about schools' participation for net zero and green life. I prepared this presentation with Namsu Kim and Unju Lee because we have done a research on ESD cases at schools last year. This is a part of that research. Next slide, please. Yes, as you realize, we have many critical issues in the present world. Climate change and climate crisis is the most critical one, and other issues related to the climate change are there, including net zero, circular economy, and governance. Also, we have very developed technologies, including AI and others. In addition to those issues, the small and big conflicts are everywhere. In this context, we need to think about the role of education and schools in the society. Next slide, please. In terms of education, I think there are two important issues and topics. The first one is transformation, and the other is agency, which includes student agency or teacher agency. Here are some discourses related to sustainable development and education for sustainable development. And I think ESD has been stressing the transformation on the way of implementation from the beginning. At the bottom, you can see a greening education partnership, which is stressing whole school approach regarding climate change education based on ESD. I will give more explanation at next slide. Next slide, please. In the Greening Education Partnership, greening education is rooted in ESD and emphasized on the role of education in addressing climate change. It seeks to provide individuals, communities, and the world with the understanding, skills, values, and attitudes necessary to engage in transformative action to build a green, low carbon, and climate resilient society. And also, greening education tends to pursue whole school systemic approach. And then greening education partnership, I'm sorry, I'm at home and then one house is doing some construction, so you can have some noise in the middle of my presentation. I'm sorry about that. And then Greening Education Partnership is a kind of global initiative to provide strong, coordinated, and comprehensive cooperation on climate change education. It emphasizes collective responsibility. Greening Education Partnership has 4 action areas. The first one is greening curriculum, greening schools, greening teacher training and education systems capacity, and greening community. Next, please. Global membership of GEP, Greening Education Partnership, it has 96 member states plus 1,600 organizations and institutions as of November 2024. And in Asia Pacific region, 20 member states and more than 100 institutions, universities, and organizations in that network. Japan is in, but Taiwan and South Korea are not in GP yet. But I hope we can be in the near future. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So GEP, Greening Education Partnership, has 4 action areas to pursue. As I mentioned before, greening schools, curriculum, teacher training, and community. I think these 4 areas are usually considered in whole school approach very much. So you can see some important focuses in the action areas and targets here in the slide. Also, you can find this in the UNESCO website. You can download all the materials there. Next slide, please. Yeah, last year, UNESCO education team produced this greening curriculum material and greening school documents. So you can download this in the UNESCO website. Anyhow, you can see some important themes for greening curriculum here, including climate science, climate justice, post-carbon economies, ecosystems and biodiversity, resilience building, and sustainable lifestyle. Usually in many countries, climate science and ecosystems and biodiversity are integrated into the curriculum, but also we might need more recognition on climate justice and resilience building and post-carbon economics related to greening curriculum. Okay, next please. Here is greening school quality standard, which is pursuing the whole school approach. So it contains action areas for that, including school governance, teaching and learning, facilities and operations, and community engagement. I think they are important areas when the school would like to contribute for mitigating or adapting climate change. Next, please. Yeah, now I would like to share some cases of Korean schools. As I mentioned before, South Korea is not registered as one of GEP member states, but we have done projects and initiatives related to greening school or greening education. So these are projects and initiatives which were carried out in Korea. We are exploring these in order to select our outstanding cases of net zero and green life in schools and related institutions. Here are 4 representative projects and initiatives supported by Korean UNESCO, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Environment. So you can see ESD official project, which is certified by Korean National Commission for UNESCO. It was started in 2011. At the time, 8 cases were selected in that year, and 175 cases have been selected as of 2024. These cases target various entities, including school society and local government and local enterprises. And the second one is ESD Teachers Community of Practice, which is supported by Ministry of Education and COPEC. COPEC is a kind of foundation related science and creativity. So it was first selected in 2014. It aims to establish a foundation for ESD implementation in schools in order to develop, apply, and disseminate excellent lesson models. So approximately 10 teachers' community of practices participate each year to develop and implement lesson examples. Lessons developed or improved based on specific annual themes from the SDGs are implemented and reported. And then third one is outstanding environmental education schools selected by Ministry of Environment. It introduced in 2022 and outstanding environmental education schools are selected annually through a competition and review process for environmental education. So these schools incorporate environmental education into their regular curriculum or create environmental education programs. And then the last one is Carbon Neutral Model School by Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education leading and the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, and Ministry of Oceans and Fishery, Korea Forest Service, and Korea Meteorological Administration are cooperative. I mean, 6 government ministry are collaborating to support the realization of carbon neutrality in schools and the spread of cultural practices related to that. So 5 schools were supported in the beginning, and then 20 schools and 40 schools in 2023. The program emphasized a school-wide approach, including curriculum structuring and carbon emission monitoring to expand the foundation of school environmental education. Next, please. So when we were selecting schools or cases, we had a selection criteria. The first one is whole school approach for sustainable development education, ESD, and then we also had some focus on intention for sustainable systemic change within the school system, student agency, and co-agency of teachers and community. So you can see some diagram related to that. Next, please. And then these are the schools we selected in the process of finding cases for net zero and green life. So you can see the names of schools and some project names here. I will explain a little bit more in the next slide. Next, please. The first case, I would like to share 10 cases, but I'm not sure about the time. So I'd like to accelerate my presentation. And then first case is Daeha Elementary School in Yangpyeong area. It has a 잘잘잘 playground. 잘 means well in Korean. So let's play well, eat well, and live well. So it was selected as a kind of one of UNESCO ESD official project. It focused on youth and community as a kind of priority action area. And then it is related to SDG 11 and SDG 12. Sustainable cities and community and sustainable consumption and production. So Daeha Elementary School is a small rural elementary school with approximately 120 students, very small one. The main actor was the Parent-Teacher Association in school. So they have ecological environmental committee consisting of about 10 parents. Led by these parents, the committee plans children's activity that includes no one in the public education space and seek activities that can be done in collaboration with the community. So in 2015, they launched the Eco Flea Market, and also the next year they started 잘잘잘 Playground. So since then, the 잘잘잘 Playground has been ongoing, gaining the support of the school and community and leading to the voluntary participation. You can see some pictures on the bottom of this slide. So they are doing some lectures and fairs and then some market, and even in the night they are doing some market here. Please, next slide, please. Then the second one is Dongyong Kindergarten in Daegu, the Cotton Project. It was selected as a kind of UNESCO ESD official project, and then it is related to number 2, learning environment and community, and then SDG 4, 11, 12. So Dongyong Kindergarten planned the Cotton Project for young children as a way to shape their right attitude and habits that will greatly influence their future. So using cotton cultivation, children experience sustainable production and consumption, participate in the formation of the sustainable community through the use and the sharing of local community resources, donations to local festival, and then sharing of a cotton with others. So you can see some diagram related to this cotton project, and then you can see some pictures on the bottom of the slide. Next, please. And then third one is Sangmyeong High School in Seoul. The title was Fair Travel. So it's high school. So they are doing some, study tour for another place. So it was selected as a kind of UNESCO ESD official project. It's related to youth and community, SDG 4, 11, 12. So it was kind of global citizenship education. So students are planning their trip and then they are communicating with local community and then they are respecting the local environment and culture. So learning, sharing, consideration are the main factors of this uh, initiative and program. Actually, I'm really sorry not to share the details of program. But anyway, yeah, the next please. And then number 4 is Samge High School in Jeonnam province, which is the southern part of our country. And then name is AI-based food scanner, which is related to carbon neutrality related activity. So it's kind of a net zero one. So carbon neutral model schools, it was selected as a kind of carbon neutral model school by Ministry of Education. SDG 4, 12, 13 is related to, and then these are the priority action area, policy, learning environment, youth and community. So they introduced AI-based food scanner. You can see here at the bottom of the photo, and then you can scan your food plate based on the AI. So it can have some, data related to leftover of their food plate. So they can reduce their leftover food. So you can see some graph here at the bottom of the slide, and then it was decreased over the time. So it was important. It is important to have some kind of connection with school and other organizations, partnership. So this case shows those kind of partnership. Next, please. And then Dasan High School in Icheon, it is related to energy status monitoring. So it was selected as a kind of carbon neutral model schools by Ministry of Education. You can see some priority action area here, and then SDG 11 and 12. So as I mentioned before, 6 relevant ministries, including Ministry of Education, were working together to support the carbon neutrality model school project from 2021 to 2023. So in Dasan High School, they are doing some carbon flint system. They are introducing some monitoring system related to carbon footprint systems, kind of electricity, gas, and water related that. So those are showing those kind of initiative here. So you can see solar panel and then some monitoring display, something like this. So, and then this school has awarded from Icheon City related to this project. And the next slide, please. And then Kuksabong Middle School in Seoul. The village is the school. I think I presented this case maybe 2 years ago in this GEP workshop, APRC workshop. So it was related to outstanding environmental education schools selected by Ministry of Environment. It's related to many SDG goals. And then, I think this case is important because it can show the relationship or partnership with school and village. So they developed the village is the school curriculum, and then they are collaborated with a local grassroots roots organization, including Songdaegol Energy Transition Village, to conduct weekend farms, after-school program, and other village ecological classes and something like that. So I think the partnership is really important to provide those kind of, how can I say, synergy effect. Next, please. Case 7 is Seongnae High School in Bucheon, ESD and AI linked education. In this high school, the important factor was environmental teachers who majored environmental education in the university. So he has been taken a very important role in this project. And then it's a 21 project and a 21 eco project based on competencies needed by students in the new normal era. So the excellent environmental subject teacher is important. And then many projects related to their curriculum. Next, please. And then 푸른 꿈 High School in Muju. So the title is What Will Our Future Be Like? So it was selected from ESD Teachers Community of Practice, supported by Ministry of Education and COFEC. So it is related to whole school approach for environmental education. And then at the heart of all this activity is a student participatory decision-making process. So there is the importance of student participatory decision-making process. And then the very representative example is a kind of week-long program designed to connect learning to action by planning a project involving all students along with curriculum-based approach to climate crisis caused by climate change. So based on this, students participated in a nationwide climate justice march, expressing their learning through actions. You can see some pictures at the bottom of the slide. Next, please. Yeah, Byeokbang Elementary School in Tongyeong, it has a big data-based 5G project. So it has big data-based 5G project. They selected many ecology and environmental education related issue, and then they are doing 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G. They all it's how can I say imitate the 5G connections. So in the how can I say phone or advanced instrument. Next, please. Yeah, Hyodon Middle School in Jeju. It's a Swallow Love Club. So it is selected as a kind of outstanding environmental education schools by Ministry of Environment. It's related to number SDG 4, 11, 13, 15, 17. So Hyodon Middle School is located in Jeju Island, and then there are some Swallow Wind student clubs. So the club members, actually swallow monitoring is very popular in our country. So the club members search for swallow nest in Hyodon village to identify breeding sites, explaining the significance of their activities to residents, seek their understanding and request their cooperation in protecting swallows. So the project has evolved into a case where students take the lead in creating and managing school spaces and policies, reflecting on the research activities, considering ways to transform the village and school. So this case illustrates the connection and expansion of swallow protection with other environmental themes and the exchange and connection between people and the link between regions. You can see some pictures here. Next, please. Based on those kind of cases and initiatives, so we could have some implication related to net zero and green life in schools. The first one is SIMS. A net zero and green life initiative based on ESD can be approached through a variety of themes, not only carbon emission or something like that. So you can start with biodiversity or fair travel or cotton or sustainable lifestyle or sustainable production and consumption and something like that. So you can start with many themes as a kind of doorway to the sustainability. The second one is participants. Students, parents, teachers, community organizations, and residents, social enterprises, education offices, and other diverse groups can participate. So they can have some partnership with others. And then agency. Student agency is very important, and teachers agency is important too. So you can see all the cases among the examples. Next, please. And then securing sufficient time. It is important to secure sufficient time to invest in environmental education or education for sustainable development. And then utilizing of digital technology is important, and connection and solidarity is important. Yeah, as you can see, community formation centered on schools, connection with the local community, and expansion of villages. That's very important. You can see all the cases from the beginning. Yeah. And then next, please. I think it's the last slide. Yeah, so international exchange is important, and whole school approach, and then establishment and utilization of digital platform is important too. So I think that is my presentation. I think the next slide is the last one. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your attention. My presentation is a little bit longer than expected, but I hope you could enjoy my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Yes, Professor Lee pointed out the two important factors, the transformation and the agencies, and she also showed 10 successful cases of greening education. So she demoed how powerful for partnership, because together we can go further. Thank you, Professor Lee. The last speaker is Ms. Wang. Ms. Wang is the Chief Executive Officer of Alam Malaysia. She's also the adjunct professor at UNITA International University and brings over 3 decades of leadership experience across multinational cooperation, government-linked companies, and private enterprises. Being a certified practicing accountant, Ms. Wang is also a passionate environmental advocate, actively volunteering in reforestation and awareness campaigns and community support. Let's welcome Ms. Wang. Thank you.
Before I start my presentation today,
okay, thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, all right, okay. Before I start my presentation today, I want to begin with something uncomfortable but important: greenwashing. Around the world, and in Malaysia too, people are asking, are these net zero pledges real or just branding? The truth is, unless we back words with numbers and numbers with reality, trust will collapse. The encouraging news is that Malaysia is putting in place the safeguards, clear taxonomies, mandatory disclosures, independence assurance, and real carbon markets, in addition to a whole nation approach. In short, we are moving from virtue signaling to verified signaling. And that is the foundation of my talk today. Everything that I will say today about net zero and green life. As both Professor Pungarun and Professor Lee have shared the brief on ESD, my talk will look at what Malaysia is doing as a nation from policies to people, including what foundations and NGOs are doing, as well as my own personal reflection, mainly from the behavioral change perspective. What I would like to do now is to introduce Amanah Lestari Alam, the organization or foundation that I'm leading. My name is Wan Faiza. The topic I'm speaking today is net zero and green life. Next slide, please. So my content will address about Alam, net zero path, policies to people, foundation and NGOs, as well as my personal reflection. Next slide, please. About Alam, next. Alam is a new fund that started, that is about 4 years old. We started our operations in 2022. The idea to create Alam started in 2019 with a major river pollution where there was a chemical pollution by one of the businesses or factories in Malaysia. So the bank, I'm from the Development Bank of Malaysia, decided that as a national development bank for the nation, we owe a duty to our country to educate our businesses, not just to think profit, we must also think planet. That's how Alam started, due to the pollution that happened, the one that you see on the left with the red. Yeah. And since we started operations in 2022, we engaged multiple stakeholders to learn, because we are a bank, we are banker, we are new into this space. So we engaged multiple stakeholders from NGOs, academias, property players, industry players, policymakers to guide us on how to go forward. And ESD is one of the first initiatives that Alam started in 2022 with the Ministry of Education, where we did a nationwide survey in schools from grade 1 to grade 12 on the level of environmental education and education for sustainable development in the school syllabus, not whether it is taught as a subject, whether it is embedded in various subjects within the system and syllabus. Next slide, please. This is about Alam. We are a tax-exempt status company, a nature trust mooted by the Ministry of Finance and spearheaded by the Malaysia Development Bank or known as BPMB. We were created with the objective to create awareness and instill whistleblowing culture on environment through education, with one mission to change behavior or mindset transformation. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Okay, before that, go back. Sorry. With that, we focus on 7 SDGs, and since our main objective is on behavioral change, we have 3 age group. Primary school and below is all about nurturing. Youth and young adults is all about empowering, and adults we adopt different approach to educate different category of people. Next slide, please. These are the 3 focus area that we have looked at since we started operations. If you look at focus area 2, you will see that ESD is one of the initiatives that we started. The result of the survey has since been submitted to the Ministry of Education. And since then, Malaysia on larger scale, where our 13 Malaysia plan has announced that ESD will be one of the pillars moving forward. At the same time, the Ministry of Education is now working on crafting the education blueprint for the next 10 years, 2026 to 2035. Next slide, please. Now, I will look into policies to people. Next, please. Malaysia has set its sights on net zero by 2050, guided by the National Energy Transition Roadmap. But let's be clear, megawatts, solar farms, and carbon markets, even ESD, will not get us there on their own. Behavioral change is the real driver. Ladies and gentlemen, similar with Taiwan Ministry of Environment that shared just now, in the past 5 years, Malaysia has taken bold steps to put our nation on a net zero pathway. We launched the National Biodiversity Policy 2020 to 2030 to protect ecosystem and communities. The Green Technology Master Plan and the Circular Economy Roadmap to reshape industries and consumption, and the National Energy Transition Roadmap to accelerate renewables, efficiency, hydrogen, and green mobility. Most recently, the Parliament passed the Carbon Capture, Utilization and Storage Act 2025, a landmark law that creates a full regulatory framework for capturing and storing carbon safely, alongside initiatives like the Bursa Carbon Exchange, aviation decarbonization, sustainable aviation fuels, and expanded biodiesel use. These measures show that Malaysia is no longer just pledging, but actively building the policies, laws, and systems that turn net zero and green life into reality. On the finance and capital market side, we now have common languages green through our central bank climate change and principle-based taxonomy and our Securities Commission SRI taxonomy. This means banks and investors and corporations can no longer pick labels as they wish. The definitions are harmonized. On disclosures, by our stock exchange is requiring companies on the main board, on the main market to report in line with TCFD by 2025. Boards must show climate governance, risk, transition strategies, and targets, not just as slogan. On risk and assurance, our central bank's latest policy requires financial institutions to stress test climate scenarios and gradually obtain external assurance on their emissions disclosures. This is how we prevent numbers from being conveniently invented. And we now have real markets for real time, with Bursa Carbon Exchange holding Malaysia's first domestic carbon credit auction in Sabah Kamut rainforest last year. Our corporates are moving too. Many, like Petronas, had laid down its net zero carbon emission pathways and is developing carbon capture hubs. TNB is investing over 40 billion ringgit in strengthening the grid to enable more renewables and electrification. Banks like CIMB, Maybank are setting sectoral lending targets that literally change day-to-day financing behavior. But, and this is a big part, all of this only works if corporates and ordinary Malaysians play their part. Cutting energy at home, and if corporates do their work for the sake of KPI, and if we do this for the sake of meeting the compliance, it will not work. saying no to single-use plastic, shifting to EVs or public transport, and supporting companies are truly walking the talk. So the message from Malaysia's side is policy creates scaffolding, but behavior change structure. Behavioral change is the cornerstone of sustainable progress. Policies and financial instruments can provide the necessary scaffolding, but that structure alone will only stand firm if citizens and corporations and our policymakers alike are willing to shift their daily habits through responsible consumption and production, commitments into action, and ensure that sustainability is not just a goal, but live a reality for all. Next slide, please. Here, I would like to share the initiative that my bank, BPMB, is working now. CFIL, which stands for Climate Finance Innovation Lab, is an initiative by JC3. JC3 is a combination of the central bank and the Securities Commission that look at climate change. And CFIL is led by BPMB to come up with innovative idea, to ideate, explore, mobilize capital to accelerate capital climate agenda. Next slide, please. Now, I will move to what the foundations and NGOs are doing in changing communities. Next slide. In Malaysia, foundations and NGOs are often the translators of policy into everyday life. On this slide, I want to highlight how foundations and NGOs have been the main drivers of change in communities. In Malaysia, we see foundations like Yayasan Hasana, Yayasan Sandabi, My SDG, Malaysia Forest Fund, and Alam taking the lead in supporting programs that touch directly on climate action, biodiversity protection, and sustainable development. These foundations not only provide the critical funding, but also the vision and networks that mobilize action into the ground. Yayasan Hasana direct grants into BioD, education, circular economy, and social enterprises projects, nudging SMEs and communities to greener behavior, while Yayasan Sandabi invests in mangrove restoration, protection of the Malayan tiger linked to livelihood, because conservation sticks best when it is also feed the families. Alongside the NGOs, each working tirelessly on the front lines, tackling climate change, biodiversity loss, forest protection, forest conservation, marine protection, and pollution. These organizations bring in specialized knowledge, community engagement, and the ability to innovate solutions at the grassroots level. Organizations like MARSET raise awareness of dolphins and dugongs, shift how coastal people see ocean. Rimau is working with our indigenous people to collaborate and work with our indigenous community to protect our forests in the interest of our Malayan tiger. Reef Check, Malaysia trains local communities to monitor coral reef, build stewardship habits that change, and WWF Malaysia, of course, pushes the seascape science into policy and changing the way communities fish and manage their coast. But here is the most important point. All these efforts will only succeed if they translate into behavioral change. I remember how Alam started with ESD. We were informed that Over the past 10 years, this was back in 2021, there has been researches done that shows that numerous efforts has been done by various institutions over the organizations, NGOs, corporations, policymakers, academia on environmental education, on ESD activities, but the sad bit is only less than 8% are converted into impact or behavioral change. And therefore, we embark into the ESD survey that I mentioned earlier. So we can have the best strategies, the most generous fund, and the strongest institutions, but unless change is reflected in the daily habit of people, in our homes, our schools, our villages, our communities, the impact will remain limited, including our factories, offices, etc. That is why, true measure of success for foundations, for NGOs, is not just the numbers of trees planted, the number of policies influenced, but whether they help create a shift in mindset and behavior, whether people have started to see conservation as a personal responsibility, whether families reduce their plastic use, whether communities protect their rivers and forests, whether corporations increase their CSR effort on environmental initiatives, that has to be part of their life. It's not just a mere KPI to tick the box. In conclusion, the journey from funding to impact is completed only when it becomes behavioral. Big global targets are important, but it is when but it is when these targets are lived in small daily habits that transform truly happen. This is the challenge before us, to inspire and to empower people so that sustainability is not an abstract idea, but a way of life. With these examples, tell us that foundations and NGOs succeed because they connect high-level targets to household habits, classroom lessons, and private practices. Next slide, please. Alam, personal reflection. Now, I would like to share what we have done in the past. We started operations in 2022. 2020 was when we were incorporated. Our board of trustees came in 2021 amidst COVID and lockdown. And when the bank created us, we were created to be a non-compete, to complement and supplement existing initiatives in town. To date, the bank has invested a total of 5 million ringgit into our projects, and our total project cost is 3.2 million. Yet we are able to deliver a value of total project value of 16.3 million. Alam, as a tax-exempt nature trust, with the main aim of changing behavior, we exist to fund and co-design long-term solutions for our ecosystem. But more importantly, we focus on behavior. Through our YEL, Youth Environmental Living Labs, a collaboration with UNDP, we are seeing how empowered young people can transform ideas into real action, turning schools into communities, into living laboratories of change, and creating ripple effects of climate change awareness and sustainable habits across the nation. To date, YEL has reached out to 2.4 million youth nationwide since we started in the middle of 2022. Alam, together with the Ministry of Education, as I mentioned just now, is embedding ESD and GSEC, Global Citizen Education, into the heart of our school system for the next 10 years in our education blueprint from 2026 to 2025, which means that Malaysia is looking at ESD not just from silo perspective, we are embedding it into our school syllabus, school system for the next 10 years. And we are also working closely with various ministries to support this. We had Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Science, etc., including Ministry of Sports and Youth, with state government involvement. Another project, our Alam Belief Mangrove Program, is not about planting trees for a photo op. It is about getting young people and communities to nurture nature over decades, changing one day act into a lifelong habit. Our Rumah Baca program with indigenous people are not just teaching literacy and numeracy, it weaves environment awareness so that children grow up with sustainability and as a second nature, and they learn about environmental protection, how to protect their forests. Our ongoing ocean literacy survey right now gathers data to reshape how schools and families view the ocean, not just as a dumping ground, but as a living system. We are all connected. If I may add a personal note, my own journey has been one of behavioral change myself. I began in finance, property, restructuring. Today, I stand before you as a CEO of Nature Trust, working on ESD. That shift required me to change how I see value, how I consume, how I live at home, how I live at work. I had to unlearn what I learned in the past, relearn new things. Green life to me is not about sacrifice. It's about living intentionally, choosing durability over disponibility, sufficiency over excess, and stewardship over extraction. And behavior, at the end of the day, is legacy. What we normalize in our homes and our organizations becomes the culture of tomorrow. And my message is, when it comes to ESD, we need to make sure that what we implement works and translated into behavioral change. If we introduce ESD to our respective countries just for the sake of ticking the box to meet the United Nations compliance reporting, we may fail. So, next slide, please. So let me conclude here. When I was doing the finance, I was working on restructuring, I was working on manufacturing, and I had gone through 3 cycles of economic downturn. And at each cycles of economic downturn, different industries, different environment, different sector were affected. And at that time, our capital markets would be zooming into the various industries at that time. And now we are Malaysia, not just Malaysia, but the whole world is now facing this environmental climate change, biodiversity loss crisis, triple planetary crisis, pollution. So we need to look at real action to embed what ESD means to ensure that whatever that we introduce at school level, university level, will translate into creating new future of the generations. Next slide, please. These are my leadership team. So in conclusion, what I want to say is Malaysia has our policies, taxonomies, and financial scaffolding, but success depends on behavioral, corporate, and personal. Second, foundations and NGOs prove that when communities take ownership, behavioral change changes faster than laws can enforce. Third, Alam and my personal story reminds us that change begins at home. And it's not just about what we fund, but how we live and what habits can we pass down. It's not simply a technology race. It is a behavior adoption curve. And green life is not about hardship. It's about living more intentionally so our children inherit not just policies, but markets, but also planets that thrive. With this, my main conclusion is whatever that we do, we have to do it because we want to do it, because it's good, and we are doing it from the heart, not for the sake of KPI, not for the sake of compliance. ESG under UNESCO framework is an important framework that need to be adopted, not just as a policy, not just an action plan, not just as a roadmap, but it's something that can be normalized down to the 7 feet or 1 feet underground, not from the 30,000 level feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wang. Thank you very much for the complete overview of the Malaysian Net Zero. And my apologies because of the tight schedule and I didn't control the schedule very well. We can only take one question. For Professor Lee, can you show the question?
Can you share the question?
Professor Lee, did you?
I think I can go through the question very quickly.
Okay.
The question goes, thank you for sharing the practical cases from South Korea. I believe your country has done an excellent job in environmental education. And the question is, what obstacles are currently preventing South Korea from becoming an ESG member?
Okay, Professor Lee, thank you.
Okay, thank you. What are the obstacles preventing South Korea from joining the ESG member? I think we are not joining in the greening education partnership member. So I think it's different from ESG. So I don't know what exactly the question would like to know. But anyway, if I say we are having obstacles related to ESD. Actually, I think if you are saying what are the obstacles preventing South Korea from joining the GEP member, if that case, the the will of minister 혹은 will of Ministry of Education or Ministry of Environment. So they are thinking it's a little bit complicated to join the GEP, but we are consistently pursuing Ministry of Environment or Ministry of Education to join the GEP member. So we are trying to that. And then if you are saying ESD, obstacles for ESD in Korea, I can say still we have many people to feel ESD is difficult to understand and to implement. So there are a lot of environmental education or ESD related initiative and project in Korea, but it's not mainstream. So we need to make a kind of mainstreaming this kind of project or initiative in our society. So we need to do that. And then the second, the other factors can be kind of obstacles preventing South Korea from ESD related one. In that case, I think compartmentalization of the sectors. I think the partnership between school and society, we can have some, but not all. So I think the compartmentalization of sectors can be a kind of obstacles, one of obstacles of doing ESD initiative. I'm not sure this can be a kind of answers for your question.
Yes. Thank you very much. And thank you for the 4 excellent speakers. Let's give them a big applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
And
you
the
very much.
session is over now. And thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
Let's once again give a round of applause to Professor Wang and all of our outstanding speakers for sharing their valuable insights with us. Okay, our very last session today, the topic is celebrating our achievements in environmental education initiatives. We are more than honored to have Professor Xing Tong from National Taiwan University to chair the session and discussions. Now the floor is Professor Tong's.
Hi, good afternoon. Are we taking a break in a few minutes or
No, we're
are we
not taking a
continuing?
break.
Okay.
No.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you all for hanging there for the last section of today. I think that you have already done a whole 4 days of workshops. Should be very tired for everyone. I will try to speed up and go through this important section as efficient as possible. Our section here is youth leadership and innovation in environmental education. I'm Xingjing Tong, currently a professor in environmental engineering at the National Taiwan University. It's my honor to host this afternoon's section about our achievement in environmental education in Taiwan. We have 5 wonderful speakers this afternoon from environmental organizations, academia, and businesses. Together, this talk will highlight how education, leadership, and creative design are driving environmental actions across Taiwan and beyond. Let's begin with our first speaker, Ms. Yunxuan Qiu. She's the Chief Operating Officer of Friendly Seas South District in Taiwan. Yunxuan has dedicated her career to making environmental education more accessible and meaningful. She has worked with NGOs, government agencies, and businesses on programs that blend nature interpretation, sustainability, and community engagement. With hands-on experience as both educator and a site manager, she has led a lot of activities in environmental learning centers. Today, she was speaking on experiences sharing by the international youth in environmental education activities in Taiwan. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Yunxuan Qiu.
Our first speaker is now logging online. So Professor Tong, our apology. Can you invite our second speaker, Professor Liu, to go first?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you so much.
We will probably have Ms. Chu later for the today, later for this in the section. So is Professor Liu available right now? Professor Liu, Nikki Liu. Is Professor Liu available? Should we start with our third section first?
Ziting, do we have our third speaker, Chen Junzhi 教授, online? Of course. Professor Tong, now we would like to invite our fourth speaker, the Mr. Chang Yu. Our apology. Yun Qiu. She's here already. She's with us already.
Liu is here as well. So should we start with the planned first speaker? Is Ms. Chu already ready? No. How about Professor Liu? Professor Liu, are you ready?
Okay, Professor Tong, we would like to invite Mr. Chen Changyu first on the stage.
Okay. That would be our one of our award winners. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. This is Mr. Chen is the founder of the Guangtai Green Energy Company, and he's the first place award winner of environmentally friendly design competition. And his winning project is the ultra low head micro hydropower generator, showcases his dedication to advancing renewable energy and creating sustainable solutions for local communities. With experience ranging from product development and interface design for NASA to collaborating with local industry in Taiwan, Mr. Chen brings both global vision and local commitment to innovations. Please join me in welcome Mr. Chen.
Hi, thanks for the great introduction. I'm thrilled. Thank you for this great opportunity. Let me have this introduced to my company. So I am Chen Yu. I am Guangtai Green Energy CEO. And my company, we are focused on developing and manufacturing micro hydro solution for the future renewable energy industry. And as we know, global warming is severe. So for the past decade, a lot of companies focus on the wind turbine and solar energy. But for recently, more and more companies really looking back to the traditional form of a renewable energy, which is hydropower. Because this is more like a base load energy form, meaning it can run 24/7 and require less landfill to build a power plant. So in Taiwan, we actually is very capable of doing the hydropower because we have a high mountain, which is Yushan High Mountain, we almost like a 3,000 meter high, and we also have a huge amount of rainfall compared with other country. We most likely like a 2.6 times compared with regular countries' rainfall. And especially last month, we can feel the tremendous of weather severe. Within a couple of days, we got 3,000 millimeters rainfall. So Taiwan definitely need to really look back to this traditional form of power. We can achieve that. So with this kind of environment, recently there's more and more company really get into this field, like a traditional company of a voice. The company is running for 150 years. They are famous for a power plant, like a 2 megawatt APRC power plant to do so. Another one from 2 megawatt to 100 kilowatt, more for the Eastern Europe, the company, they are really get into this field. And nowadays, a lot of new startups such as Image, which company being invested by the GE. And our company specifically focus on less than 10 kilowatts micro hydropower to produce the energy. Because most of the bigger scale of hydropower, the location is not easy to find because they need to have a more velocity to drive the turbine. So they have to have a high, very high difference and also huge amount of water to push the turbine to generate power. So usually when government release the location, the competition is severe. That's why it's not very easy to do it. And we focus on another 90% of the location, meaning one location may be able to produce 5 kilowatt, 3 kilowatt, 2 kilowatt. But this kind of location is everywhere around of Taiwan. We can see from the rice field irrigation canal and also other artificial facility you can see around of countryside of Taiwan. So based on this kind of environment, we design our own machine. We call it Beaver One. The concept is we do tiny and many concept, meaning with this core hydro generator with different module and different accessory, we're able to install our machine in various environment. And later I can show you guys some of the project we have done before. Such as the first one, 2 years ago, we got the permission, we're able to install our hydro project in Hualien's rice field irrigation canal to produce power. When we do everything, modularize the component. So within a couple hours, we're able to assemble our hydropower station and running the power to produce renewable energy. And because that project lead us to another project, we're able to get government, agricultural government, they release a project access to do this 80 centimeters wide canal to produce the power. And we also able to harvest the power to produce almost 1 kilowatt of energy every single hour. And also with different accessory, you can also install our machine into fish farm environment. The guy who holding the hammer, he's a fish farm owner, help us install the machine. So we're really looking at every possible environment to produce power. And this year, right this moment, we are working with Taiwan semiconductor industry. They have a lot of sewage water treatment plant. As you can see, we are going to run the first pilot run to utilize the first pipe to generate 2.2 kilowatts of, for each pipe. And for if our PLC project running smoothly, and rest of the 10 pipe can install our machine to produce more power from one factory. And so from there, introduction and introduce, we got more opportunity to work with local government's sewage treatment plant, such in Nantou. We have a project cooperated with them, and last month we got the contract from Hualien sewage plant. So we are going to install our machine this year in the sewage treatment plant to produce more renewable energy. But we all know the hydro is not a new technology, but how come in the past decade, no one really looking into micro hydro? We all know the hydro power actually require a team of engineers to do so. So maintenance fees are quite high. That's why people looking into bigger scale of the hydro power. To overcome this, we need to have a clever way to lower maintenance fee in order to do 1, 2, 3 kilowatt per project. As we know, Taiwan is an IT island, meaning we have so many IoT solutions we can utilize, integrate into our hydropower station. So we work with one of the company, and we can achieve easily mainly monitoring for our hydropower station monitoring. And also, Taiwan is also famous for a lot of sheet metal manufacturing factory. We almost have 4,600 small company able to produce sheet metal manufacturing part. So we work with a couple of them to help us to manufacture product. And more importantly, we have a Delta, Takeo. They are very accessible to get an induction motor and PV inverter. And we use on-shelf part to dramatically reduce the cost, sorry, my English, reduce the cost of the manufacturing and all the components. And also for later on, when you need to maintain your machine, all the component is easy to access. So from 10 engineers, we able to shrinking up, reduce into one person, maybe 1 hour or 2 hours to maintain your machine. That's how we able to do the micro hydropower in this scale. But of course, we know to do the business, you need to have a scalability market to do so. Otherwise, your company won't grow. So this year we work with Zhongyuan Daxue. We utilize GIS system, and because Taiwan have a great GIS map, allow us to quickly identify the map. And we use the AI algorithm working with university to identify 10,000 or even more potential location with our feedback and experience to do so. In the future, we want to even lower the cost of design of hydropower plant by using the drone. We can pre-scanning the environment, so we can do everything on the data on the 3D environment to reduce the cost to build more cost-effective renewable energy. And to do this project, we are not only looking in Taiwan's market, because we know Taiwan is a great location, but according to United Nations, actually South Asia, we all share a very close geological environment. So once Taiwan, if we're able to achieve the goal, we actually have an opportunity to work overseas. And we are not only doing on the research on the web. Last year, I attended CES in Las Vegas to really get in the field, touch with the client to see how the micro hydro power can really work in overseas. We got really good feedback, especially the event Viva Tech in the Paris. We even get a petroleum company, Total Energy, asked us to do a POC with them. So we are very confident about the micro hydro's environment. So we specifically design our machine very boxy, meaning we can fit more our machine into one container compared with other competitor. Meaning in the future, if we have an opportunity to go overseas, we can be cheaper than other people. So to do this job, you need to have a wonderful team to do so. I have a mechanical engineer who graduated from Stanford. I used to work with him at the Winwood. I designed the first body, and later he helped me to refine my generator in order to manufacture my machine. But the key member, Kun Feng Chen, who used to work in Taiwan Power Company for 46 years, for his rich experience, rich career, he led us to choose the right type of turbine to do the very low, high difference to produce the power. Compared with the different type of turbine, usually it's casting, require different kind of metal, alloy, usually costs more and costs longer to manufacture. But cross-flow turbine, we actually can use sheet metal to do it. And moreover, a lot of Taiwanese companies who produce computer case, we use almost the same manufacturer process. So in that sense, when we have a quantity, we also able to provide very affordable price for the renewable energies, hydropower. And my background, I'm an industrial designer and later become a mechanical engineer and also used to work in the architecture firm. And this project actually helped me to really think about hydropower, because when I was in the United States, we have project work with NASA. And in this project, our requirement is to design a UI operation system, help the astronaut within 30 minutes training, follow the 200-page IDEC regulation paper, and the astronaut have to learn how to operate the K-10 rover. And however, they only have a 10 minutes window on the ISS to operate that. So through this project, we understand how I can eliminate some unnecessary action and also make it so simple that people can very easy to pick up the 10 people's engineer to operate the K-10 rover. So this crucial experience led me to do this hydropower. We even work with the local plumber and the electrician. We teach them maybe 1 hour, 2 hours. He can help us install the machine and also run the machine later, help us to lower the maintenance machine. So really through the design process, we can be benefit to do the renewable energy. And the tiny mini concept actually is come from our hero, the beaver. A lot of people never really think about beaver. What's so different? He only have 2 teeth and 2 bare hands. And the amount of work they have done, the world biggest beaver pond here is even bigger than the Hoover Dam. Can you imagine? You use gravel, use a branch, and just use a tree, and you can build bigger dam than the Hoover? I think it's really impressive. So we took his spirit, persistent impact, persistent working, from 1 kilowatt to 2 kilowatt to 100 kilowatt to 1,000 kilowatt. We actually can step by step to achieve the final goal of net zero. So of course today I'm not only going to introduce my company, I also seeking for a future partner and more POC project overseas. So online friend, if you are really interested, you're welcome to take a photo, take a screenshot of my company contact information. Yes, we are, as I say, this year we're also working with big companies. Their cooling system, as you can see, that's a factory. We are talking about how we are going to integrate into their facility, and also looking for the future, the partner work with us, not only about local, but the foreign partner. If we, after proof Taiwan's data is very strong, we next step want to go abroad to introduce our machine. Of course, if every one of you are angel investor, please let me know. We're willing to work with you to see the future. I believe we really can foresee the potential. We can make the change. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Tong, are you with us?
所以我们下一个请欧先生先上线。
Professor Tong? We can't hear you right now. No, we can't hear you. We're sorry. We're having some technical issues on site. So next we're moving on to the next speaker, the founder of Dual Lock Design, Mr. Oh Shun. But if possible, I would like to invite Professor Tong to say a few words before we do that. Is that possible? I'm sorry you're muted. We're really sorry. Okay, because the technical issues are still being tackled, so we would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Oh Shun. He is the founder of Dual Lock Design. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hi. I'm Ocean. I'm the founder of the Dual Lock Design and Hibang. And Dual Lock Design is a design firm. We provide a design service for our customer, more focused on the industrial design and branding. And now we work on the sustainable and circular design for now. Yeah, and the Hibang is our own brand. We created this brand about 2021, 21st. It's about 4 years ago. Yeah, so today I would like to introduce ourselves and our brand and how we work. It's very honored to have this opportunity to present our project, Reefficient Circular Eyewear here. Yeah. And this project is started from an environment issue. We call it a ghost fishing net about 6 years ago. And at that time, compared to the other marine waste like straw or plastic bottle, ghost fishing net has low visibility and lower economic value, which is why there is no circular economy chain has been established at that time. So yeah, therefore we collaborated with the nylon manufacturer to reproduce nylon from discard fishing nets. Our goal is to leverage the design and branding to enhance the value of the recycled fishing nylon, thereby to increase the recycling rate of the discarded fishing net, then reduce the chance of them to become marine waste. And that's the process of the recycling. The process can divide it 4 steps roughly. The first one is sorting and cleaning, then we cutting in the pieces, then melting, then pelletizing and reinforcing to become the pellet we can use the injection or the other process to make products. Yeah, and can we see the video here? Yeah, let's see the short clip to see the process here. Yes or no? Oh no? Can we click the? Oh yeah. Sorry, that's link our YouTube channel. Yeah. Then we see the cutting process. Then we can go into melting in a high temperature. Then we pelletizing. Then we can production the product here. Okay. Okay, please. Can we back to the? Thank you. Yes. Okay. Then that's what I see. In 2021, we announced our first collection of our brand, including our brand and the product. And the first collection we used we call it Island series. But at that time, because that's our first time to use this kind of material to make a real product, so we don't have not so confidence with this material. So we design it in more traditional process and the design method, including although we try to make this frame in one single material, but for the mechanism and the structure strengths, we still have the 2 tiny screw inside. So, okay, because of time, we jump out this video. Then last year, we announced our second collection. In this collection, we do we took some users' feedback from our first collection, and we launched a new eyewear collection. We call it Mountain Series. Yeah. And we try to, incorporating even more concept of circular design inside. So, yeah. Oh, here. Can we play video for this? Thank you. And that's a concept video to introduce our the new collection. Yeah, so I would like to introduce some main character of this collection. First one is we do the really screwy modular design. So so that means we don't have any different material and metal part inside. We use the modular design and use single material. And this modular design, modular design means that's a very small part. No longer, sometimes small part failure like our traditional eyewear. Sometimes it might be your temple or nose pad broken. You need to change the new one. But for the modular design, user can simply replace and repair parts by themselves to extend the lifespan of the eyewear. And please play the video. We can show how it works. Yeah, it's very easy and just one click. And even the nose pad. Thank you. And the other differentiation compared to the first collection, we designed the adjustable nose pad. For this, because for the Asian faces, a lot of nose, this design can fit most people's nose. You can adjustable, and this is very flexible, so it's can provide very long-term wearing, but still comfy. And here we want to show two clips to show why we use this material to product the eyewear. Please. Could you play the video for this? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's very flexible, so that means you can wear it for a long time, for a whole day. It's still very comfy. And can you play the first one? The left one, yeah. And we do the test to use your full body weight to sit on it. It still work well. Yeah, and the other, by the modular design, the other value is about we can mix match the color and style by yourself. So you can bring some accessory with you, and you can change color, style anytime, anywhere. Yeah, and we also build up the real, recycle system. Because the nylon we cannot recycle by our, nylon is it's a material we cannot recycle by our daily, trash. Yeah, so we need to create our own closed recycle system. So the left side, it's a recycle system. We use the trade-in reward to encourage our customer to recycle our product. If someday they don't want to use anymore, they can send it back to us to recycle and reproduction the new material again. Then we provide a trade-in reward to buy a new one. But the most important is the right side here. We try to use the repairing system to enhance to extend the lifespan of the product. And here we want to introduce our this collection. We announced 3 different models. These 3 models all named by our mountain in Taiwan. First one is Yo, this Taiwanese Yushan. That's its most signature model. Yeah, and the second one is Xue Shan. Yes. And the last one is Qilai Shan. Yes, and in the end, I want to introduce our package. This pouch, we can see the top one. It's a REPP case. and then we design a pocket, 4 pockets close to contain 1 pair of the eyewear. Then the other small pockets we can contain the pair of the temple and the nose pad. That means you can bring it out to, change or repair anytime, anywhere. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. O. I think because can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Finally, I got back with my voices. And then I think the system will kick me out if I stay here for longer than 10 minutes. Okay, anyway, thank you, Mr. O. It's a wonderful design. And I think we will continue because of time limited. Will continue with our supposed to be first speaker, Miss Chu Yunquan. He actually her company, the Friendly Seed, play a very key role in supporting Taiwan EPA's organizing the international environmental issue and educational workshop. She was sharing the experience. Please, Mr. Chu.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Finally, I'm online. Thank you for all participating all day of the workshop. The day is very long, but it's maybe the last session. So this session will be more relaxing, so don't worry. Be relaxed and let me share some story about the Taiwan's leadership in youth environmental education, international engagement through GEEP APRC. Okay, so I'm Yunshen Chu, and I work with environmental education for about 15 years, and work with Friendly Seed, a certified B corporation in Taiwan. And our mission is to inspire sustainable change through environmental education. So today, I'm very excited to share Taiwan's journey in youth environmental education with you guys. And these programs have been hosted by Taiwan's EPA in collaboration with my team at Friendly Seed and also through the APRC. Well, we have been able to connect Taiwan's local actions with global community. Next, please. Okay, as you can see in these posters, from 2020 to 2023, we held the IEIE workshop for 4 years, with total of 5 sessions. And due to the pandemic, one of these sessions was online workshop, and I will introduce that later. And over these 4 years, more than 100 young people from 28 countries joined us. And for each workshop, we carefully select 4 environmental issues rooted in Taiwan, but also connect to global challenges. And as a core themes, we design diverse learning activities around them. Next, please. Okay, and these workshops were led by Taiwan EPA and joined by organized with APRC and also with the Taiwan Association for Environmental Education, and my team at Friendly Seed, with each partner contributing its own unique role. And next, please. So here comes about the story. Well, the story I would like to share begin with the voice of the participants. You know, all the participants are youth people. They come from different country and they study in Taiwan. So some of them, not all of them really study about environmental education or about environment. Actually, some of them usually Some of them they learn about design and also about Chinese Mandarin, and also some of them learn about also like history. Yeah, about Taiwan history. That's very interesting. So during the 4 years of the IEI workshop, what I want to highlight is through the careful selection of the themes and the design of the curriculum, all the participants gained more than just knowledge and concept. Actually, they did more than broaden their understanding of environmental issues. And most importantly, they began to reflect on themselves. During the workshop, many of them discover a clearer direction of their own future value. So, as you can see on this slide, one participant from Vietnam said, I came to learn about Taiwan, but I ended up learning more about my own country and what I could do, and that is unexpected magic of international environmental education. And that's what makes us, our team, very impressing too. Okay, next, please. And as you can see, the purpose of the IEI workshop is provide diverse perspectives for international students study in Taiwan by introducing them to local case study and hands-on environmental educations. Through these real life experience, participants are encouraged to make connections, spark creative thinking, and imagine how solution might look under different national concepts. And some even share approaches and practice that already exist there in their own countries. It's also give all the entire group fresh insight and broader ways of thinking. Next, please. And when it comes to the different environmental issues, our starting point was Taiwan's 2015 50 net zero emission roadmap and its 12 key strategies. Well, and among these many important topics and solutions, we choose to focus on resource recycling and zero waste as the central theme, because these themes can more related to youth daily life. From there, we expand into a variety related environmental issues, exploring practical solutions and real world application that could inspire our participant. So I'm not sure if you guys have any impression about this slide. I think in the insight, participant may know knew this a lot. But how can we design into all these things into our workshop? Next will be our introduction. Next. Okay. As you can see in this page, from all this presentation, you can see all the workshop things involved are there for different years. They are include exploring global environmental issues and about marine debris and promoting the circular economy and addressing air pollutions and carbon reductions through agricultural waste management. And also rethinking about traditional agriculture by applying circular economy concept to create new and more sustainable models. So these are 4 years different topics. And also I need to stress out on that in 2021, we also organized a special online workshop in response of the pandemic. Then in 2022, we also hosted a reunion program for past participants. Also, this giving those alumni a chance to reconnect and share the updates and also continue their engagement. Through these different formats, our goal was to sustain the passion and the commitment of participants toward environmental issues. Next. And actually, when we talk about a workshop, it usually contains a lot of speeches and a lot of on-site seeing. But when we design about the curriculum, we try to make this workshop more alive and more interesting. Like you can also in play and you can exploring more in Taiwan and also learn the on-site environmental education. So in each workshop, we design the curriculum around a specific theme. Well, we make sure that every session and activities was closely connected to it. For example, you can see on the photo down beside this slide. For example, when the theme was about marine debris, we designed the like icebreaker activities reflect on the focus on participants. They can learn about the different category of marine waste, but also they can use the activity to get to know each other. So you can learn and also learn from the plane. Okay, and play next. Thank you. Okay, and also in every workshop, we also included environmental action to deepen their experience and impression of the issues. These activities ranged from beach cleans and take part in agricultural waste reduction actions. Okay, and in addition, we also applied interactive method such as the World Cafe, mandala discussions, and design thinking, because all the youth they like to share and they like to listen to others' opinion. So it's very important to have some times to let them to talk and let them to express what they to want to share to about their own countries. So we also have some times to that all the participants they have to time to share some special topic and special practicing action in their own country. So all the participants they can have different chances to learn some more from other countries. Next, please. So in these slides, you can see we have also designed some group dynamic activities to encourage interaction. So in the country sharing time, giving everyone have chance to learn about environmental issues and solutions in different national country and also national perspectives. So in what I very make me has think about the activities. Once we have time that when they sharing about their national problem about the trash, people when how do they doing for their daily trash to do on their country. They said some of them say they were very surprising to see in Taiwan people will grab all the the trash bag, and chasing the trashy car. So in their country, they just debris all the trash on the road. So it makes them feel very very amazing and very interesting in their life. Yeah. So in 2023, participants also used drama performance to present their ideas. Well, it's kind of interesting because they are all very young and they have a lot of creative thinking. So it's a good way to let them to performance their own thoughts. And this creative approach not only made the presentation more engaging, but also allowed participants to express their reflection in fun and memorable ways. Okay, next. And another story is I would like to share you with in the form of our 2021 online workshop. Would you please help me to hold on the video, share the short video, please click on the video.
Welcome to IEIE workshop. Welcome. Yay!
Okay, as you can see, it's a very short video. We talk about we are online workshop. Actually, for our team at Friendly Seed, this was a chance to show that even online programs could be creative and engaging. When the government issued a stay-at-home orders during the pandemic, we had only 1 month stay to do all the preparation. Within the 1 month time, we decided to move away from the traditional platform like Google Meet or Zoom. And instead, we built a virtual workshop space on GatherTown. We designed as a simulation of Heping Island in Taiwan. So all the participants, they can enter the workshop as if they were playing an RGB games. They can control their own avatars, exploring different spaces on the island. Also, they can step in on the meeting room to attend lectures and also engage in deep discussion. So, well, it's also platform and it's also engaging and it kept the workshop very alive. Even when the pandemic made things very difficult when we do try to doing all the workshop preparation. Okay, next, please. And over the years of organizing the IEIE workshop, we have witnessed the power of collaboration between government, NGO, and the private sector. And from these partnerships, several important outcomes have emerged. First, the workshop have become a space for cross-cultural dialogue place. Young people from different countries not only exchange perspective, but also learn to see issues through their own eyes. Second, Taiwan's local solutions have been showcased internationally, giving participants practical example for how global challenges can be tackled at the community level. Third, the youth have been very empowered to take the lead. They are not only learners, but designers of their own environmental actions. And finally, these programs have also strengthened the skill of local facilitators, enable them to connect more confidently with global participants. Next, please. Okay. Let me close with the words of participants, a very short close about actually what we saw in these workshops was not just learning, it was about transformation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Cho, thank you for your important sharing. And can everyone hear me? Um,
Hear
Yes.
you.
yeah, okay, great. I think Ms. Cho showed us how important and how effective the international collaboration is, and especially for the young people. And now the next thing I would like to introduce our next speaker. This is I'm very especially delighted and exciting to introduce our next speaker because she's not only a respected scholar but also a very good friend of mine. Professor Susan Liu, also known as Nikki Liu. She received her PhD in agriculture and
We cannot hear.
We've
bio
lost Professor Tong again.
again. I think I can hear myself.
Oh, yes, we can still hear you, but we are not seeing you on the screen. So please continue.
Okay, okay, great. Nikki, you have to bear with me for a little few minutes, few seconds. Professor Liu is specialized in environmental ethics, environmental education research methods. Her work has shaped both theory and practice in environmental education, from designing innovative teaching material to advancing curriculum research. Beyond academia, she has also contributed as a leader and active member of professional organizations, including serving as a director of the Society of Environmental Education in Taiwan and as a board member of Max Liu Art Foundation. Today, Professor Liu will be sharing on environmental youth leadership and the vision and expected impact of the Asia Pacific Internship Program. Please join me in warm welcome my friend and colleague, Professor Sichen Liu.
Thank you, Professor Tong. Thank you, everyone. Like I mentioned this morning, it's both of our first experience to have a speech on live stream. So very weird that to talk in front of a bunch of people, but we cannot see you. But I think so far so good. So I guess Professor Tong already introduced myself a lot, so I will just jump into the topic that I'm going to share with you. Another program that is like what Chu Yunxuan, Zhixinzang mentioned earlier. It's a program from the APRC project, and it's an international internship program. And what I'm sharing today comes mainly from the outcomes of the program in 2023, when I had the privilege to serve as one of the lead advisors. And this program, I think, provides an opportunity for youth to learn and to serve while also gaining practical experiences, deeper understanding of culture. Next, please. Oh, by the way, can you go back to the first page? I'm sorry. I heard that people mentioned about our society a lot, several times today. But even though I'm a former president, not longer the president now, but I want to correct the name of the society for us. It's called Society for One. The abbreviation is SEAT. So it's no longer Association, Chinese Association of EE. So for you to know. Okay, sorry. You can go to next. You might find this before I begin the formal information. I'd like to share some photos of some well-known figures. And I don't know if any one of you recognize any one of them, and you know what they have in common. And since I cannot hear you raise your hands, so I just continue. So for instance, we have French president here, and also one, he's a fashion designer, Tom Ford. You can tell from his tuxedo. And McGregor, I think most of you know, who's the co-founder of Instagram. And the lady in the center, Colina, she's the former president of Croatia, and Jack Ma from Alibaba. And I think you may not necessarily admire them or consider them a so-called successful, but without question, they are highly influential people. And before they became who they are today, they all shared a similar life experiences, which is spending time abroad, whether through internships, studies, or work. For example, Tom Ford interned in Paris before becoming famous, and McGregor, who is actually a Brazilian, interned at Microsoft, and Colinda went to a high school in the US and as an exchange student in Vienna. So I just want to show you that these internship experiences is very important to many people. So next slide, please. I simply want to share these figures to highlight the key message of today's session, the importance of internship experiences. Such experiences not only allow us to learn from the EE practices of different countries, but also provide opportunities to serve diverse groups of people. And beyond that, they create a valuable opportunity for exchange, not only for the intern themselves, but also for the whole society, for the partner organizations involved, or even for me, who's part of this project. Next slide, please. In 2023, we launched this pilot phase of the internship program, designed to give youth hands-on opportunity in EE centers. And as you can tell from the slide, at that time, the program invited and selected a total of 5 partner sites, 3 in Taiwan, and 1 in Vietnam, and 1 in Australia. We invite experts and scholars to evaluate seriously to decide whether which centers can join, to evaluate if they are capable to provide the interns with good programs. And also, we evaluate seriously of the youth. In the end, 4 young people from Taiwan traveled to Australia and Vietnam. In addition, 1 youth from Malaysia and 1 youth from Vietnam came to Taiwan. And to make participation feasible, Taiwan's Ministry of Environment, MOE, offered financial support. This included round-trip airfare, part of the accommodation cost, and insurance. And this subsidized, I believe, helped ensure that talented youth could join regardless of their financial background. Next slide, please. I also prepared a video from those youth, from those interns. But since we have limited time, so we'll see if you have time to play it. So I just continue with this text slide. And in the beginning, there are 3 objectives, key objectives. First is international learning. This program provides hands-on activities, as I mentioned earlier, such as site visits, workshops, and collaborative projects. And also, we want to provide skill development. For instance, a camp in Australia invited a local manufacturing factor manager to speak about pollution and their treatment methods. And another course taught leave no trace principles and how to build a simple tent with materials found on site. And third, I think is the most important thing is cross-cultural exchange. For examples, interns were able to experience local cultures and compare them to practice in their own countries. Next slide, please. The concept of this program was developed in 2022 and was formally planned and piloted in 23. For this pilot run, we received applications from 6 youth from 6 different countries in the Asia Pacific region, as well as 24 youth from Taiwan. In the end, a total of 6 youth were selected to intern at 4 different sites. Each intern lasted 14 days and took place between July and September. The interns not only engaged in teaching and activities, but also immersed themselves in cultural exchange. Next slide, please. Individual impact on the interns were profound. Let me share some voices from our interns with you. For instance, independence and growth. One intern, Chen, shared that it was his first time learning how to lead and care for children, and it was an invaluable time. Next, please. Now, new knowledge in EE. Chang was interested in programs that incorporate historical elements into a puzzle game for children, as it not only teaches critical thinking, but also about national history. Next, please. Interns also learned practical examples. They saw how tourism to nature areas helped preserve the landscape. This program encouraged youth to learn and to contribute their expertise while collaborating with each other. So I think these testimonies remind us that youth empowerment is both personal and transformative. Next, please. The program's impact extends beyond the individuals. It inspired host sites through fresh perspectives and created new global networks. Additionally, we held a total of 17 formal meetings throughout the month. These meetings facilitated communication among young people, site leaders, review committee members, and the program team. It also increases visibility of EE. We received at least 2 media reports. For example, Chen was featured in Malaysia media. This media exposure helps increase the program's visibility and strengthens the international recognition of EE sites. Next, please. This is the last slide of this session, my presentation. Now in 2025, the internship program should be nearing its conclusion. Since I did not participate this year, I won't go too much in detail. However, from this flyer, we can see it's clear that the program continues to flourish. In Taiwan, we now have cultural, Hakka culture, and the religious, 慈济, religious organizations joining as internship hosts. And we also see participation from South Korea. Hit the mouse, please, for the next. I believe everyone agrees that international internship showcase youth empowerment, environmental education, and international cooperation. But whether this program can be sustained and achieve its greatest impact depends on all of you, whether the audiences in the office or online. We need your participation, your support. And thank you very much. And I look forward for your further collaboration. And I let Professor Tong to decide whether I have time left to show the radio, or maybe we can leave the radio in the end. Thank you.
Hi. I think, thank you, Professor Liu. I think we probably will wait until our finish of our last speaker, and then we will decide if we have time for your video. I think that you have shared very important activities and also inspiring thoughts of this youth program. And we will continue our next speaker, Dr. Jun Zhichen, and he's a professor in Department of Industrial Design at the National Kaohsiung University of Science and Technology. Professor Chen holds a PhD in Industrial Design from the National Yangming Jiao Tong University and has extensive experience in design education, innovation, and leadership. He has served in key roles with organizations such as Design Crossover Association, Taiwan Design Alliance, and the Chinese Industrial Design Association. Today, he will be speaking on environmental design and environmental friendly design competition. Welcome, Professor Chen.
Okay. Hello, everyone. All the fellow sustainability. I'm Chen Junji. I'm from Kaohsiung. And today, I'm so honored to share the achievement of the environmental friendly design competitions. And I think the project is supported by Minister of Environmental of Taiwan. The idea is to promote innovation in EE. And by integrating the idea of design and environmental education. Next slide, thank you. And Taiwan has been promoting environmental education since 1992. And the execution results are quite significant. In my memories, I got a daughter. He is in the 3rd grade. Every Wednesday, she will come to me and say, if anything I can provide for her, that tomorrow they gotta send it to the school for the recycling. So and then even sometimes he will teach me how to do the recycling. What should be recycled, what is not, should be as a waste. So it's quite amazing. I always think the EE in Taiwan is quite successful. But however, to ensure the environmental protection action can be implemented on a daily basis, Taiwan officially implemented the environmental education action in 2011. It provides a concrete legal basis for the country's sustainability development. I always believe that environmental education is not only teachings. So in Taiwan, we use different ways to implement. For example, we will in classes, we will using the visiting some place or video viewings and hand-on activity, like they were to clean the seasides. So all this action is allowing people to understand the environmental learning from environment, and how to do something and learn for the environmental. So it's not okay. Next. Thank you. So it's very important in 2014, the Minister of Environmental, through cooperation with Denmark NGO, the Intech project. The NGO, the focus is want to promote the idea is about design to improve life. And in the cooperation, they through the workshop teaching and also bring the design compass tour. The tour is emphasized on cross disciplines and problem solving and hand-on learning. In this way, to introduce it to all the EE fellows in Taiwan. And the design compass, for me, is a good design thinking tools. And through the four-stage process, including prepares, perceive, prototype, and produce. The prepare is let people that join the workshop to understanding the real problem about the environment. And the perceive, they will guiding them to understand what the reason and how to try to solve them, what the technique or skill we have to find out. Then prototype, this means that encouraging people that to use their creation to find the way how to get the solutions. And the final stage is produce. They encouraging they use any material to build the prototype, even it looks ugly. No matter what, we will to try to retest what is really work or not. So I think the workshop method is quite used not only in design, but also can bring the people to solving the EE problems. So especially the workshop, they invited the CEO of the index projects, the KIC. He got a speech. She showed the idea. She said that design is not only about beautiful objects, but also about a solution that can solving the problem for the human life. At that time in Taiwan, most designers are focused on the cultural and creative design. They will think about how to use the beauty and the fun to translate our culture only. But however, as the picture showing in the left, we can see that you want to solving the problem about the climate change. The designer only designed a cup, then with the polar bears. And they won't tell you that sometimes you have red tea, you should think about, oh, the polar bear is gonna without home. But in fact, this idea could not work. So through this lecture, it got a great impact on me. Let me know and how to use the concept of design to improve life, and also considering the issue about the environment to design, and also in my teaching life. This is quite important and got a great impact for me. Next, thank you. So so we want to achieve an impact and innovation approaches through the intersection of environmental education and design. In 2015, on the support of the Ministry of Environment, the first environmental friendly design competition was officially held. The goal is to encourage innovative, creative, cross-discipline, and practical solution to environmental sustainability issues. This also laid the seed to Taiwan to promote the design to solution local difficulty and facing the global challenges. As the picture seen, we can see a lot of the PET waste. Okay, yes. And so in Taiwan, we want to solve how to encourage people not to stop drinking bottled waters and to achieve the goal of reducing plastic consumption. Not only to set the drinking fountains, in addition to providing an app is supported by the Ministry of Environment. And this app is we call the Hong Day. It means to serve tea to the guest. It can help the people. They can easy to find a way where they can gather the drinking fountains. It's make they to get the water easier. I think it's very important if you want to let people they used to live in the sustainable living. I think design play the important roles. Next, thank you. So the design competition is based on the viewpoint of SDGs. And it also encourage people to think about the 5 areas, including body, family, work, play, and learning. When we have to special mention is if the learning is bored, is not easy to make it have a good effectiveness. And the next one we call the community. So to use the creativity and innovation to solve the local difficulty and the global challenges is the core value of these competitions. Next. Okay, let's see the award-winning work. In this one, I want to introduce you is the second prize. We call it hemispheres type return world entry device. It addressed the issue of traditional return world belonging blocked by dangers due to a lack of filtration facilities. It resulting in the loss of flow control function and even causing the return wall to collapse or cause landslide due to overload. And it's only cost only $70. It's cheap, but it's really work. But I have to especially mention this. The winners, the designer, is not only commercialize their designs, that it become to be useful, but it also continues to promote and to verify their effectiveness. Finally, we obtain the certification and the recommended product from the Government Engineering Councils in 2022. Through 7 years of efforts, to finally to get the right to promote their good design to all the peoples. And I always think it's truly through design to improve the quality of our life. Next one. And this one I want to introduce is the winner of the 2017. We call the Eco Value Diaper Recycle. In Taiwan, at least 3.5 million discard diapers are produced every day. It's quite a lot amount. The discard diaper has a higher water content and with content mixed material that are quite difficult to decompose. So the design can decompose this discard fiber into reusable recycled pulps and plastic through eco-recycle technology. The design is fast and energy saving because it don't need heat, is required during their decomposition process. And it is also easier to set the recycle place. Then you can also use it at a small scale, so it's cost the cost will be could be down. So I think it is quite useful, and I have to mention that the idea is already in the markets and ready to solving the problem of the environment. Next one. And next one, sorry. And I can show the video. I want to introduce the winner because the winner is from a young student. I think it's quite, I have prepared a video. Okay, that's okay. If you don't find it, I keep it because of the time. And the young student is it's okay because of time. I think later. Okay. Okay, the young student through their part-time work experience, he start to observe and explore, and also using her creativities and to do a lot of tests. And finally, they got the ideas. The design was really useful, and also she got a company. They want to try to make it become the products. The design utilized the simple origami principle to complete a sealed disposal container without the need of plastics, lid, or films. The one-piece design also allows for easier sorting, while also reducing the amount of the plastic cup, lid, and waste annually. The origami structure can be widely applied to various disposal containers for reduced plastic use. Next one. Excuse me? Yes. And now I want to show is the winner of the 2023 back to the market. It's a shoes design, but it's used the recycle waste from local Taiwan agriculture and fisheries, including tea stalk, discarded bamboo, and oyster shells, and the 4 PET plastic bottle. The eco-friendly shoemaker is making technology utilize a significant amount of agriculture and fishery waste in the major components, from the upper, lining, insole, and outsoles. And is selecting bio-based material, reduce use the petrochemical in shoemaking by 60%, striking for a low carbon manufacture process. And I also have the experience to buy the shoes. So I've tried to wear it, it's quite comfortable. And not only that, is the company we call the B-type company. Every time she sold in every 50 pairs of waterproof shoes, then it means the 50 kilograms of agriculture and the fishery waste then was into recycling. And also the company will donate the money to the small farmers. There's complete a cycle of the ESG good. Next. So the number of the entrants of the competition has continued to grow from the first edition to this year's. It's demonstrating the growing commitment of more and more people to environmental sustainability that designed to improve life. And next, okay. Next page, thank you. And this year's, we want to encourage the carbon reduction and plastic reduction. So we got the two winners. The first one, about the plastic reduction, we call it RAIN, carbon Canelo. The chair is crafted from the damaged toys, then transform the broken toys into recyclable, stackable, and aesthetic pleasing recycled furnitures. The chair is quite cute, and people, especially the kids, when they see the chairs, the furniture, they were to working with that. So this the designer and the organization, they will bring the chairs into the kindergarten, elementary school, and to even the company to introduce it, how the chair to be manufactured, and then also teaching the concept about the circular economy. I think it's quite a good design also for furniture, but also useful in education. And another carbon reduction award is quite interesting. We call it Spiritual World Green Passport. In Taiwan, burning paper money is a traditional Taiwanese folk belief. People through the ritual to burning the paper money and things like to send a gift of wealth or currency to spiritual or their ancestors. Then the spiritual and ancestor can use the money in their afterlife. So maybe for a different culture, it will think it's not reasonable. It's quite important for the Taiwanese. And this app, respecting Taiwan folk rituals, and also considering the difficulty for the elderly with digital products. It simplifies the operation and the booking process through a QR code. The people just like ordering delivers, one click to the reservation and make an optimal paper money removal route that can be arranged. It's quickly and convenient achieve engineer conservation and the carbon reduction. Next. As the earlier speaker, I'm very honored and very delighted they share their success design, including the micro hydropower and also the eyewears of circular design. And in the list, I want to share that. What is the good sustainable living? In my ideas, we should provide a lot of design. It should be good for the people, but also the environment. So the competition provide a platform that not only designer, but also the engineering company, they provide their ideas and that to make more people to know them. And the people, they can have the way to choosing good products and to consuming it. And also have the good sustainable living. That's my sharing. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Chen. Thank you for sharing this important event. And it is also very amazed to see the growth of people that participate in this competition. I think we can all find something very useful for these competitions. And now we actually have a few minutes. We were supposed to be late, but right now we are catching up. We have a few minutes for Q&A. So we do have the first question is what policy that government's approach could help address regulatory jurisdictional challenge in utilize irrigation channels and similar sites for this ultra low micro hydropower. I think this question is for Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen from the micropower.
When you start to work with the local government and also federal government, yes, there is a regulation you need to overcome, and usually time is quite slow. So right now, how we do it is we constantly talking with official, and also meanwhile we work with like my slide earlier. We start to work with a factory facility, and that will be less regulation demanding, and also sewage water treatment system, and also will be more smooth compared with irrigation system. So as a startup, you always try to find an opportunity. Once when you figure out there is a challenge, you need to be very careful with your resource allocation. So we still try to convince the government and really show our machine in the field, and time will tell the story, but it's just cannot accelerate. But meanwhile, we can still work in different environment, really still proving our technology, and meanwhile get the attention and also income for our company. So I don't know whether that will answer your question, or is that really helpful? Yes, you will have a ton of problem and difficulty to overcome. And luckily in Taiwan, the government's communication with people are is fairly transparent and efficient. I was surprised because when I work in the Silicon Valley, usually it's not like this. So when you really send in the official paper, ask the government, they will give you the answer, what kind of status they are, and what obstacle you are facing, and what kind of paperwork you need to fulfill. So overall, you just need to be aware what type of environment you are going to generate the power, and be careful with your resource.
Okay, great, thank you. I think this is one key point. So we do have very efficient government, and we do have very hardworking and efficient government agencies. Yeah, do we have other questions? Please show the other questions.
Our second question, I'll go through it very quickly. I'm sorry, because of time restraints, so the question would be the last. We're really sorry.
Can you speak out loud the questions?
No, the first question is the last question. We have.
Oh, okay, okay, great.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I thought there was another question. Okay,
No.
great. I think it's almost like 5:03. We're supposed to end at 5 o'clock, and I would like to thank all the speakers for this section. We do learn a lot from you, and this will conclude our last session for today. And I would like to thank all of you stay until now, and have a safe trip home and come back tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, give a big round of applause for Professor Tong and all of our outstanding speakers. They've shared their remarkable achievements, and we're really deeply moved by you. Thank you so much. Thank you. This marks the end of day 1 of our workshop. Thank you all so much for participating. Our day 2 still awaits. We will open the floor at 9 a.m. in the morning, and the workshop will start at 9:30 sharp. So have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow.